held his first post-board meeting press conference. I just wondered, I think you were there, right?
I was there, yeah.
What was your sense? What did you glean from him about his thoughts about the economy right now? And did he say anything markedly different in his assessment of the U.S. economy as compared to Jay Powell?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that there's a little shock going on among the reporters that cover the Federal Reserve. He did not give any forward guidance, as they call it. That means how he believes that the markets are going to roll out. And in fact, they removed it all from the Federal Reserve statement, which was only about 3 paragraphs, half a page, where normally it's 2 pages. So we don't know the sense that he believes. Now, we do know that in his hearings before getting the confirmation that he wants to see interest rates come down. He believes they should be lower than where they are as of right now. And he's making massive changes to the Federal Reserve, but we are not going to get that forward guidance. What struck me, though, was interesting because I asked him, I said, if you don't give forward guidance, there's going to be a void for the markets, and isn't that going to cause more volatility, or who fills that void? And he says that what he wants to see happen is good news is actually good news. So what happens with the Federal Reserve is when you see good news in the jobs market, for example, then the markets think, oh my gosh, this is more inflation. So the market sells off. But if you have a bad jobs number, then, this is not pushing inflation. So the market will, you'll have big gains in the markets. He wants to see good news as good news and have the Federal Reserve step out of the way. So his answer to my question was basically that we are going to let the markets assess data as they get it, not assess what he is saying should happen with the markets going forward. So he wants good news, so to speak, to be good news again. So if jobs go up, he wants to see the markets go up. If inflation goes down, he wants to see the markets go up. So that was quite a shock and quite a difference from one meeting to the next. And it happened almost without warning. They were getting no forward guidance.
Before I let you go, I have to ask you, sounds like Toyota is moving some production of its Tacoma truck from Mexico to Texas. The president said this was tariffs at work. Even if tariffs aren't the same after that Supreme Court ruling, he's sticking to that. I just want your take on that and also a little bit about manufacturing. I see it was up in June. It keeps going up a bit, but we're not necessarily seeing any increase in manufacturing jobs.
When it comes to the truck that was being made in Mexico and is now going to be made in Texas, that is absolutely tariffs at work. You can see that in the businesses. A lot of these businesses are concerned about the walls that the president has put up, and it would now make it cheaper for them to build it and sell it here in the United States than build it in Mexico and sell it here. So money goes, the product goes where it's cheapest to build, and it would be cheapest to build in Texas under this president.
Edward Lawrence, thank you so much for your expertise and insight. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Jessica. Have a great one.
It's Dom time. Dom Giordano, weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. At ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Greg is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Hi, I'm Greg. I'm not an actor. I'm just a regular person. 8 years ago, I just didn't feel like I was on my game. I started taking Prevagen, and I want people to know that Prevagen has worked for me. Give it a try. I want it to help you just like it has helped me.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Do you have a history of those dreadful calcium oxalate stones? Well, Kidney Cop is here to help. Shown in laboratory testing to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. Yes, 99%. Don't wait. Start taking Kidney Cop Calcium Oxalate Protector today. That's Kidney Cop, C-O-P. Kidney Cop. Order today at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. That's Amazon, Walmart, or KidneyCop.com.
These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. With impressive efficiency, sleek exterior styling, and sport-tuned suspension, the Honda Civic and HR-V have all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
Shop Piazza Hyundai of Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
Your heart's rhythm is what keeps you moving through life. And when AFib throws it off, every beat matters. The elite team at Deborah Heart and Lung Center diagnose and treat AFib with advanced technology and a focused expertise, measurably better outcomes from one of the leading heart hospitals in the nation. From diagnosis through recovery, it's the team that's with you every step of the way. Because when it's your heart, don't take chances. DemandDeborah.org.
It's the final seconds of the match and the world is watching. He's lining up the shot. The crowd is on their feet. Whoa, wait, that's not the goal. That's a gas line. Ooh, red car. Before you dig in your yard, make the smart play and call 811 to have underground utility lines marked. Contact 811 before you dig, because hitting a gas line is definitely a penalty. Visit PA1call.org.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is a Fox News alert. I'm Sue Guzman. President Trump announcing at the NATO summit this morning that ceasefire talks with Iran are a waste of time. He answered a reporter's question about the memorandum of understanding.
Is the ceasefire done? Is the MOU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over.
Comes after the Pentagon launched 80 strikes against Iran Tuesday in response to Tehran's attacks on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. New York City officials say they've stabilized a high-rise building in danger of collapse. Buildings Commissioner Ahmed Tigani.
Making it stable and safe for the people who are working inside and the people who are nearby, and then looking to figure out what is the right intervention for long-term stability, and then we can answer other questions.
America's listening to Fox News.
The intense July heat is here, and Philadelphia humidity is peaking. Don't wait for your energy bills to skyrocket before realizing your windows are failing. Call the pros at Window Nation now. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Get the energy-efficient windows from Window Nation installed in 1 day or less without the hassle. Beat the heat, protect your home, and start saving today. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at windownation.com.
Summer is such a special time to get engaged, and at Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, I'd love to help you find the perfect ring for that moment. I'm Paul Cozy, and whether you're looking to create something completely custom or want help selecting a beautiful diamond and ring that's ready to go, I'll personally work with you every step of the way. Everything we do is handled in-house right here at Cozy Jewelers, which makes the process personal, comfortable, and truly one of a kind. If you're thinking about taking that next step this summer, come see me at Cozy Jewelers, and let's make the ring that's meant for your future fiancé.
The Bloomberg Market Minute brought to you by Monastra Financial Group. Guidance you can trust.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. The Federal Reserve's proposed changes to anti-money laundering requirements for banks in an effort to focus more on what they see as core financial risks. The Fed Governor Michael Barr has already opposed the proposal, saying a new significant or systemic standard could have unknown effects. Microsoft's looking to reduce AI cost and has started to replace the AI products it uses from OpenAI and Anthropic with its own models in Excel and Outlook. They're used by millions every day. Amazon's also ramping up investment in AI infrastructure and looking to raise at least $25 billion from a U.S. bond sale. Investor demand could increase the offering. And arts and crafts retailer Michaels is undergoing an overhaul and making an unlikely comeback after capitalizing on two companies that have gone out of business. Balloons, which you may know from Party City, and fabrics retailer Joanne. Michaels says it wants to expand its product lines and hold more crafting events in stores. Monica Ricks, Bloomberg Radio.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-619-3377. That's 800-619-3377. 800-619-3377.
Introducing the all-new MLB Plus, your ticket to streaming baseball's best. Let's go! Enjoy MLB Network 24/7 with live out-of-market games and award-winning shows. Enhance game nights with MLB Big Inning, live and commercial-free. And hear live home and away radio broadcasts of every game, blackout-free. Even stream minor league games all season. It's all here and it's all new. Get MLB Plus for just $59.99 a year. Visit MLB.com/MLB Plus.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Start spreading the news. It'll be a big weekend for baseball when the Phils host the Yankees on Friday, July 24th at 6:45, Saturday, July 25th at 6:05, and Sunday, July 26th at 7:20. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. The Stars will be out at CBP on Monday, July 20th at 7:10, and Tuesday, July 21st, and Wednesday, July 22nd, both at 6:40, when the Phils take on the Dodgers. Grab tickets today at Phillies.com.
Point! Hey, you okay? You don't normally miss those shots.
I just haven't been as regular lately, and it's making me feel sluggish.
You should try Metamucil. It's been a game changer for me. Metamucil's plant-based psyllium fiber helps trap and remove the waste that weighs you down. Ace, you're moving better than you were last week.
Definitely.
Metamucil keeps you moving. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Learn more at metamucil.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Just hear
Hearing the word IRS can make people break out in a cold sweat. No one wants to deal with the IRS, and now you don't have to. The good news is Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating with the IRS for more than 15 years. It doesn't matter how much you owe, whether it's $5,000 or $5 million. You deserve the best in the business on your side, and that is Legal Tax Defense. Even if you're working with someone else and just want a second opinion, there is no cost or obligation to call. They can prevent levies, liens, wage garnishments, even file back tax returns. And the best news about Legal Tax Defense is they won't take your case unless they know they will reduce or eliminate your tax debt. Call Legal Tax Defense right now for a free no-risk consultation. 800-284-1238. 800-284-1238. You have nothing to lose but everything to gain. 800-284-1238.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. Here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on a Wednesday, July 8th, Hump Day. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stenslin with the news. Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker this week. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, the associate producers. Oh, do we have a lot to get to on today's program? Dawn, good morning, dear. How are you?
Oh, good morning. We have major breaking news this morning with President Trump in Turkey saying it's over, referring to the ceasefire with Iran.
Okay.
Major breaking news this morning. A lot happening.
We're going to get to you very, very quickly this morning. Sean, how are you, pal? Or should I say, stick figurehead?
What?
Well, excuse me. What I'm doing here is it's over. We're taking the whole country. We're taking Iran. We're going to turn them into glass, right? We're going to look at it. And you can't negotiate with terrorists. You know, they call it Hump Day. And, you know, they do a lot of humping over there in Iran. You look at the goats, you look at all the people. They have a problem, and we're going to fix that problem. Happy Hump Day to all you guys and gals out there.
Yeah, buddy.
By the way, speaking of Hump Day, you know, I mean, Graham Plattner probably a little excited today. He's keeping the Democrat Party hostage, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm here for it. All I can think about, Nick, is singing, oh, because I want him to burn it down, baby. Burn down the Democrat Party. Burn it down. Graham Cracker. Think about it, you white guy. Graham Cracker. And he was inducted into the Smackahoe tribe by Pocahontas yesterday. You think about it. Okay, Graham, be a man. Be a bigger man than Bernie Sanders, who refused to burn it down after he got fleeced and screwed. You have a chance to finish. You have a chance to finish what Bernie Sanders started. And finally, I am here crossing my fingers, guys and gals, that we get a Bernie Sanders sex scandal. I want to hear rumors from the crusty commie. If you show me your top 1%, I will show you my bottom 99%. And we can do what's called the horizontal mambo and fight the oligarchy together. Come on, guys.
We're
having a fun day.
Which home of the three homes did the scandal occur in? That's what the American people
need to know. No. It happened in the air. We call it the Mile High Club.
While he's fighting climate change in his private jet. Well done.
Fighting the oligarchy from 35,000 feet.
Yep. Oh, we have tons to get into today. Obviously, the news on Iran. We'll get to that with Dawn. Charlie Kirk case yesterday. Open and shut. Now time for Candace Owens to, I believe, shut her mouth. We'll talk about that. Bernie breaks his silence. Yep. Good luck with that, by the way, right? Indeed. And then also, if you just do a quick Google search of the Save America Act, you will see so many left-wing publications that, you probably don't follow on your timeline that are writing fear porn pieces of how bad the Save America Act would be. We'll get to all of that.
Google what they said.
Google what they said. That's right. And then also, is there a new wave of woke coming to your school? We'll give you those details coming up. But as Dawn said, a lot of details, a lot of news, a lot of breaking news and alerts. And for all of that, we come to the great Dawn Stensland at 6:05.
Thanks, Nick. Good morning. Wednesday, July 8th, 70 degrees right now. Expecting a bright, sunny day, but there's a storm threat looming. Well, we'll tell you when. Nick will tell you when in the forecast coming up in a sec with Phil Almquist also telling us about the Phillies. Great day for the Phillies. But let's get to the breaking news of just this morning. President Trump speaking from the historic NATO summit. He's obviously in Ankara, Turkey right now, but referring to the ceasefire with Iran, saying, quote, "It's over," that while negotiations can continue, they are a, quote, "waste of time." This is just 3 weeks after the U.S. and Iran signed that peace deal, that memorandum of understanding that followed in the days after, both sides launching fresh attacks. Any sense of calm in the region obviously evaporated, and the comments coming just hours after the U.S. conducted a new round of powerful strikes on Iran, retaliation for renewed Iranian attacks on commercial ships in the Strait of Hormuz, specifically on Oman. And so President Trump, strong words from him, but then also saying that negotiations can continue. So I know we'll get to that, but he says he doesn't want to deal with them anymore, calling them scum. That from President Trump just this morning. So the price of...
Talk about mixed messaging.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, he's not wrong when he calls them scum.
Negotiations can continue, but they're scumbags. It's over, but it's not over.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
At least, I know we've talked about this a lot, and I was crabby yesterday on the subject, so I apologize. But, this MOU lasted, I believe, I just did a quick search, 21 days. And I think I was generous when I posed the question of, well, what happens when Iran violates it on day 47 of the 60-day MOU? So to me, I think we all agree it's almost impossible, or you can't negotiate with terrorists. So where do you go from here? Is it a total withdrawal? Is it continued isolated strikes? Or do you nuke the sons? Or do you nuke the bastards? I mean, there's like three options, right? I don't know. I don't like singing.
Would you like to sing?
No.
Let's sing.
What are you singing?
Bomb, 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 Iran. Bomb, bomb, bomb. Who's gonna hit the high note? Bomb, Iran.
I don't have that.
Come on, we got
Jimmy
the
Kelly.
the Beach Boys. The Beach. You can't call them the Beach Boys anymore. Too gender specific. You have to call them the Beach People.
That's right.
The Beach People.
Right. Yeah.
There you go.
Well.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, a lot of people crabby this morning, waking up to this news and learning that the price of oil jumping up overnight. Brent, the benchmark Brent crude jumping 6%, up nearly $79 in morning trading.
All right.
So gas prices,
brutal.
They always come down so slowly, but man, they just go up so quickly.
Indeed,
up like a rocket ship, down like a feather.
Yeah.
Right?
Amen.
Yep.
It's funny how that works.
So we're following that, tracking all the latest developments. I know moments ago, probably within the past maybe 25, 35 minutes, President Trump was with the NATO leaders and they were taking the so-called family photo, and nobody looked too happy.
No.
In that family photo. So little grumpy photo, if you will.
Indeed.
Did they look like Mom Donnie and his supporters with the American flag on the 4th of July, where they were like...
No, it was more like me and my in-laws at Christmas taking a holiday picture.
The memorandum of understanding.
Oh, jeez.
Cock-a-doodle-doo.
Yeah, unfortunately.
All right.
So locally, the story I would have led with, at 4 o'clock this morning, probably would have led with what's going on with homicide detectives in Philadelphia working to solve what they're describing as a targeted shooting of a 42-year-old DoorDash delivery driver. This in the King Sessing section of Philadelphia, We're told that the DoorDash delivery driver was shot in the back of the head, killed last night around 10 o'clock last night. Officers responding to these reports of a shooting, 1000 block of South Ethan Street, and they found the 42-year-old man on the ground with a gunshot wound, like I say, to the back of his head. The car still running, a DoorDash bag found nearby. So unidentified man as of this morning. They're not letting us know the identity of that individual, perhaps still notifying all the next of kin, that sort of thing. But he was pronounced dead close to 10 o'clock last night. 2 spent rifle rounds, shell casings found within inches of the man, and including that saying he was shot at close range with a rifle.
Oh, my God.
That's unusual.
Yikes. Yes, that's an execution.
Wow. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And
did he have any sort of relationship with Hillary Clinton?
Oh, gosh.
Wow.
Gunshot wounds to the back of the head are usually a suicide in that case. So that should tell you everything you need to know.
So we know that they said 3 masked men, thanks to surveillance cameras, doorbell cameras. They know that 3 masked men in dark clothing were there as the suspects, but images are not immediately available for us. So hopefully they release those so we can get those out. But the car, like I say, left running at the scene, belonging to the victim, notifying next of kin, and obviously searching for an armed and dangerous individual who clearly was after this guy. Detectives this morning saying that, in fact, they went to, tracking with DoorDash and went to the home where that presumably was the place that the man was delivering to. The owners of the home saying, we never ordered any food.
Wow.
So this is, a case. That's why I say homicide detectives.
Right.
Looks like a case of a planned murder.
Oh, boy.
A hit.
Wow.
Yeah. Right. Doesn't seem like it would be something random, right?
No, definitely not random.
Yeah.
So that's an active
crazy
situation. Yeah. This morning. So we'll keep on that one. In Northeast Philadelphia, this one, federal and local law enforcement carrying out a search of a home, taking a mother and father into custody, arresting them. They're facing child endangerment charges. The house now boarded up, but perhaps they're facing other serious charges. Why? Well, the FBI reportedly executed the search warrant related to terroristic threats made against the White House. So investigators entered the home. They called in a hazmat team immediately. Why? Because of a strong odor. So what did officials discover? 2 young children living inside the home in deplorable conditions, in squalor, unsanitary conditions, feces, fleas, piles of trash, no running water in this home, 40 cats with some of them alive. What? Yeah. Some of the cats alive, but multiple dead cats and at least one dead dog.
And there was a threat to the
going on here?
And the threat was to the White House?
That's what's being reported.
Or were they creating a bomb?
Nick, I
don't know.
I
have a problem with this. First of all, to the cat universe out there, how is it that this place can have 40 cats? I got 3 and they all can't get along? We're still in the great feline civil war of 2026. This is insanity.
Yeah.
Okay,
the fairish felines.
Holy smoke! By the way, Dawn said she had a heist yesterday. I don't remember hearing about the heist, so I'm on IOU for heist watch.
Yeah, I owe you it's a Pokemon story. Pokemon.
Whoa,
Pokemon.
I got along very well with Pikachu, right? I said, Pikachu, I choose you, and. You look at these Pokemon, you look at Crooked Joe, I call him Snorlax. You look at Jiggly Belly Pritzker, I call him Jigglypuff, right? You look at that. And I got along very well with Pikachu. I got along very well with Charizard. You may have heard of Charizard, big, beautiful dragon. They say, sir, you got to catch them all. So I have them all. I caught them all. I got along very well with all of them. Team Rocket, we got rid of Team Rocket. Very nasty people. But we got along well with all of the Pokemon. 152. It's a lot of Pokemon. Think about it. It's a lot.
40 cats.
Big Pokemon guy. 40 cats.
40 cats, 1 dead dog. The children ages 5 years and 8 months, young children, and covered in bug bites, bruises. They are at in the hospital for medical evaluation.
Which section of Philadelphia did you say this was?
This was in
Northeast.
In the Northeast.
Oh boy,
Northeast Philadelphia.
Yeah. Okay.
So they said they found several firearms, boxes of evidence, bags of garbage removed from the home. Philadelphia Department of L&I licenses and inspection. A garbage truck was called in last night. So what happened here was the feds come in, they're executing a search warrant, then they call the local police, and then they call in the hazmat team. And then they call in a garbage truck. There was so much trash and disgusting garbage.
Were these people Somali by chance? They love to live in garbage.
Yeah, I would love to know. I would love to know the identities of these individuals.
Yeah, they're not releasing any of that information. No doubt. Hopefully, we
Male,
get that.
possibly white.
Male, possibly white.
I know I can smell it.
Yep.
As far as the children, like I say, treated in the hospital, just covered in filth and bug bites and and so on. They will be placed with DHS, with Department of Human Services, get all the medical help they need, and authorities continue to investigate on the federal as well as the local level. So many charges that now this couple, this mother and father, are facing.
Mm-hmm.
We have multiple people rescues from the ocean off Wildwood, New Jersey. We're told it happened over the weekend and yesterday. And so I know we'll get to that one. As far as Wildwood, in total, officials saying at least 9 people, thank God, were saved. But Wildwood Beach Patrol getting that done, and just warnings. If you're swimming, make sure that you stay in between the flags. And especially if you're not a strong swimmer, you don't want to go out too far. But it's a beautiful day today. The forecast, I think it's, if not the one of the most beautiful days of the week today.
Yes.
But still, we've had, I don't know, it seems like a rare amount of drownings and rescues that had up and down the Jersey Shore.
Mm-hmm.
So
it was weird yesterday too. Like I looked at my thermostat on my truck when I was driving Olivia to softball. It was like 71 degrees, but it was like a humid 71. When's the last time you had like humid 70-degree day? It was odd.
Yeah,
I was like, either get hot or storm, or the humidity needs to die off. Like these two don't jive together. It was weird.
Humidity is the worst, because when you're humid, if you sweat,
and the hair,
your sweat can evaporate into the air. And then of course, Dawn talking about bad hair. I mean, it's the truth. Your hair gets frizzy. You look like Miss Frizzle with the Magic School Bus. I got along very well with Miss Frizzle. But you look at the humidity is like the worst part. They always go, it's a dry heat, but the human body is fascinating. Let me just tell you something, okay? Because I got my treadmill in the garage, a couple other things. It's been like in the mid 80s in this garage, so it's like a soup. It's like a bowl of soup in that garage.
Pea soup.
My neighbor, who's a tremendous guy, love him. He gave us a fan, like he had an extra fan. I set it up. So I'm sitting there sweating when I'm doing these workouts and everything. I mean, sweating. I've never been this sweaty in my life. That fan makes the whole difference. The air moving over your sweat, what it does is it cools you down. Yeah. It's like having built-in air conditioning on your body. The human body is fascinating.
It is.
But when you have humidity, the sweat can't evaporate. That's why the humidity makes you feel hotter.
Right.
Yes.
Yep.
Well,
Science.
Philadelphia man is very hot because his Pokemon card was stolen, and now a Philadelphia man arrested after...
Which Pokemon card?
Ooh, this is, let me look if I can see it. I know my sons
because that's
are
important.
Totally into this.
If it's one of the original 152 or whatever it is, then I'm going to be very mad.
This.
If it's one of these Fugazi, like after the fact, that's ridiculous. They went with there's like 500 of them now.
So Evesham Township Police Department say that the victim of this situation, this Pokemon heist, as it were, the victim arranges to sell a rare Pokemon card for $24,200.
That's what they go for?
Through Facebook Marketplace. First of
Excuse
all,
me, which card is this now?
I gotta look if I have that information.
Mewtwo. It has to be Mewtwo hologram. It has to be hologram. You look at it.
So
Facebook Marketplace.
You're not safe to do. Please stop doing this, people.
Yeah.
So the victim thinks that they're safe because they do a safe exchange zone.
Okay.
Because they're going to be safe. You're never safe with that. They're not saying which darn card it is. So now I will find out for you.
Okay. So this turned into not only theft but an assault or.
So the guy was trying to use fake cryptocurrency to buy this rare Pokemon card. And so the deal happened in the police department in Evesham Township in their safe exchange zone. But the payment turns out that it was fraudulent. So that's why the victim thought, okay, it's safe. This is a very valuable Pokemon card, a rare one. And so I'm going to go to the Evesham Township Police Department. They have a safe zone there, so I feel safe. But the problem is now they did arrest the Philadelphia man, though. So I don't have the information as of this moment as to whether they were able to recover his rare card. But they did determine that this guy was scamming somebody who was believing that everything was on the up and up because it was in the police safe zone.
How dumb of a criminal do you have to be to execute a transaction that's going to be found out to be fraudulent at a police department?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So police identifying the man named Christian Elam, E-L-A-M, of Philadelphia, who's now in the Burlington County Jail. So it looks like they didn't catch up with him right away. It was that the victim realized after giving up the card, thinking it was legit, then the cryptocurrency link or what have you doesn't work.
Yeah.
And that's when he goes right in, contacts the police.
Yeah. My wife is always...
Imagine calling the cops like, they stole my Pokemon card. Imagine.
Hold on. Can you please hold, sir? We've got real crimes to deal with right now. We've been defunded. My wife is a big Facebook
$24,000, though. That's a lot.
That is.
$24,200.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Do you guys deal on Facebook Marketplace on anything? My wife's always like, "Oh, there's somebody in the neighborhood that's got a used whatever you want to call it." I'm like, "Can you get off Facebook Marketplace? We're not in poverty. Yeah. We don't need to be buying secondhand stuff from strangers on social media."
A lot of people do this. I would just say the safety and security issue.
Yes, that's what I'm worried about.
Is the problem.
Correct.
That's the problem.
And think about it. Even in this case, this guy goes, thinking that apparently he does this where he goes to the police department and they have an area that's a well-lit area and a specific, area that you're on camera, that sort of thing.
Right.
And so people feel safe, but are you really?
Yeah, you're not.
So not a good idea.
No.
I know that you're going to love the forecast, but you're going to love, we all love Phil Almquist. He always gets like a standing ovation.
He does.
Phil Almquist.
Tremendous guy.
Thank you. We will start today in baseball where the Phils did beat the Reds 4-1. Zach Wheeler went 7 innings, giving up just 4 hits and striking out 14 in the win. Kyle Schwarber also hit his Major League leading 31st home run.
Oh, he does swing, and he whacks it to deep right field. It is gone! 2-run home run, Schwarber. He doesn't swing 3-0 often. He did there. And the Phillies are on top 3-0.
That was a rocket. Love to see the aggressiveness out of the Phillies DH. And that got out.
So you still don't want him in the home run derby, Nick?
Not if it's going to interrupt his swing. What is he at now? 30?
31. That was 31.
Yeah. Now the All-Star game, the home run. By the way, do you know the home run derby this year is on Netflix? I saw that. Yeah, it's on Netflix. Yeah.
That's
wow.
Yeah.
And so Schwarber's not like a meatball anymore. He's like not fat. Like he looks like he's a solid guy now.
He was never fat.
He's definitely
fat.
He's toned up though.
He was round.
He's off of the Wawa Schwarbomb Hoagie Fest diet.
True.
Right.
We say husky.
He got off of it, and I'm on that Wawa diet now.
The Phils do continue their series with Cincinnati tonight at 7. In other Phillies news, Jesus Luzardo was one of 3 additions to the National League roster after 3 dropped out, giving the Phils 6. Now, where is Zach?
Yeah, he's not there. I don't understand this. Phil and I just did like a deep dive before the show started. Luzardo's ERA is 3.75.
And he's 7-4.
And he's 7-4. Zach Wheeler's 9-1.
with a 2.28.
Nicholas, where is it? What is his WAR plus AB 255 on Tuesday nights with the lights on?
I'm going to need Harry Enton to explain what that means. Like, Zach Wheeler's got an ERA of 2. Phil gave me a story from the New York Post. I guess Wheeler's agent has been ripping the tone-deaf all-star snub.
Yeah, that was right after they announced the initial roster.
We tried to look it up. Like, did Zach Wheeler miss some time? Is he not eligible? Does he not have enough starts? There's nothing. I don't understand it.
It's crazy.
I mean,
this reeks of an 8-pack operation.
You think Bernie Sanders got snubbed? Zach Wheeler's the biggest snub.
It's terrible. It's terrible.
I will never be snubbed. I will never be snubbed.
I mean,
you cannot snub me. The oligarchy will not snub me again.
Yep.
That is true. Moving on to soccer, Argentina beat Egypt 3-2 after being down 2-0 with roughly 10 minutes to go to advance the quarters. Now, I do mention this because I want to play the Spanish broadcaster absolutely lose his mind when Lionel Messi tied the game at 2. I just love that.
Imagine the sounds he makes when he gets laid.
But it's
probably the same thing.
Probably the same thing.
Oh!
And I'm going to end sports with that.
The neighbors are like, oh, God.
Oh, man. All over a goal in a low-energy sport. My goodness. All right, there you go. Philly weather.
I'd rather listen to paint dry, by the way. So, by the way, just a quick addendum to the sports report. The Texas Rangers beat the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, and Los Angeles 8-3. So there you go.
Yeah,
still above 500.
Yeah. Good to know. Thanks for filling us in. Phil,
You're welcome.
Phil, you want to update us on like any New York sports while we're talking about things that don't matter?
No, because the Knicks are still champions, so I'm good.
That's right. By the way, when's that White House visit coming? Isn't that supposed to be soon?
They haven't announced it yet, so it should be coming up. But they haven't announced it yet. So
for us, it's not in the budget.
Right.
All right, Philly weather. It's currently 70 degrees. We're going up to 85 beautiful degrees today. Low humidity and sunny skies as we work our way towards the weekend. Although looks like we might see a possibility of a storm or two on Thursday and Friday, but then clearing out again on your weekend for Saturday and Sunday. Philly weather brought to you by Crystal Cave Park for a fun summer attraction. Visit nearby Crystal Cave Park in Kutztown, PA. Always a cool 54 degrees when you're amongst the stalactites and the stalagmites. Visit crystalcavepa.com. Crystal Cave Park in nearby Kutztown, the coolest summer attraction. All right, it was an attraction yesterday in the courtroom for day 2 of the hearing with the Charlie Kirk case for Tyler Robinson. That'll be the theme of the big take. As we say to Candace Owens, why don't we just leave it to the evidence and the experts? Wednesday, big take on the way. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Health Trends, sponsored by Ethos.
Your desk job might be putting your heart at risk. A landmark study published in the Journal of the American College of Cardiology reveals that sitting for more than 10.5 hours a day creates a dangerous threshold effect, sharply increasing the risk of heart failure and death. Experts say don't panic, just get moving. Swapping just 30 minutes of daily chair time for any activity can dramatically lower your risk. I'm Margie Schaefer.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Guida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Guida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
All right, what's the weather like out there?
It's hot, 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 real hot.
Can you tell me what it feels like?
Were you born on the sun? I said it's hot.
This is Jonathan Cans, third generation owner of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Is this how you're feeling right now? Well, don't let your house feel like a rainforest anymore. To keep your home cool, contact us at marvinecans.com. That's marvinekanze.com.
Mark our nation's 250 years of resilience by building your financial strength. Open a First Harvest Credit Union growth savings account and earn up to 3% annual percentage yield with just a $1,000 minimum balance. And the best part? No withdrawal penalties. Your money is always there when you need it. Want even more ways to save? Check out our share and IRA certificates. Visit firstharvestcu.com/growth savings or stop by a branch today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
6:31. Welcome back in. Kayal and Company here on a Hump Day Wednesday. Nick, Dawn, and Sean. Good to have everybody aboard. A ton to get to on the show today. Cut sheet absolutely packed. That's coming up 7:45. Handful of good stories along the way before we get there. Fight Club, Today in Music History, the big three all still on the way. But it was an interesting day in the courtroom yesterday for the case of Tyler Robinson as the Kirk family was once again present. Let's get to a Wednesday morning Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Leave it to the experts. You know, we could do an entire show or perhaps a week of shows on the pros and cons of social media. In some regards, social media has exposed the truth, the omitted facts, suppressed evidence, and shined a spotlight on the lies of government, politicians, big tech, all of our big institutions that we've lost trust in the last 5 or 6 years, as well as legacy media. In other regards, social media is a cesspool of brain rot, infiltrated by grifters who feed low IQ scraps at even lower IQ people seeking validation for their opinions and their empty, void lives. Tuesday proved that beyond a reasonable doubt, in my opinion, when it pertains to the Candace Owens and the Tucker Carlsons of the world in relation to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Most internet grifters are just that. No network will hire them. No radio company will touch them. Some are talented. Some are merely clippers. Short of the ones who left legacy media, most are merely internet famous only and wouldn't be noticeable in the real world. Megyn Kelly, Tucker Carlson, they don't fall into that category because they had established legacy media careers. But Candace Owens, she falls into that category. And look, I'm open to having any conspiracy theory discussed that you may have. Full stop, 100%, you make your case. I subscribe to a handful myself. But social media has created this land where everything is deeper than it really is, especially when the facts are right in front of you. I don't care if it's an election, a poll, a data point, etc. It is what it is. Be an adult and accept it, or pout in your little safe space silo sandbox like a petulant punk. Yet we're talking to you, Candace Owens. We're talking to every single one of you with cartoonish, buffoonish, and outlandish theories on who killed Charlie Kirk and why. If you followed the hearing yesterday, and if you have a functional brain, that hasn't been steamrolled by social media, you know the answer is right in front of you. It's Tyler Robinson. And it wasn't Israel. It wasn't the deep state. It wasn't a foreign agency. It wasn't the boogeyman or the Grim Reaper. And it wasn't for any other nefarious motives. Tyler Robinson did it, and Tyler Robinson hated what Charlie Kirk stood for. Tyler Robinson has what I believe is a mental illness, and he acted on that hate and that mental defect. Point blank, period. Sorry if that's boring for you or doesn't generate clicks, but I tend to follow the evidence because facts matter. In fact, the only three things that matter in a court are the facts, and more of the facts. And by the way, leave Erica Kirk alone. You don't get to tell anybody how to grieve when their spouse is executed on a live broadcast stream. Here is some of the security camera footage unveiled in court yesterday with various court personnel speaking on microphone. Listen and watch this.
You believe this is Mr. Robinson returning to campus?
I do, yes.
Okay. And what do you believe is Mr. Robinson?
The shoes are the same, and the images that we have are from my viewing and seeing Mr. Robinson on the video, it's the same person.
Now, what do we see?
So it's Mr. Robinson coming up the stairs of the parking structure. Again, he seems to be having issues walking.
And again, were you able to track Mr. Robinson when he leaves this parking structure?
Yes, we were able to.
Okay.
And again, in the top left corner, the individual is now seen running across the rooftop of the Losi building to what would be the southwest corner of the building, crouching down and then crawling to the corner of the building.
The evidence presented in the hearing alone, much less the duration of the entire trial yet to come, is going to expose a few of the psychos on the right and the consumers of their crap content and conspiracy slop. Candace Owens is a large-scale brain corrupter. That's her entire playbook. And Tucker Carlson, on some subjects, he's full of it too. Here he was on a recent podcast being called out. Listen and watch.
By the way, I did see something that you were on a podcast yesterday. You said you think Israel killed Charlie Kirk.
I did not say that.
I
did not say that.
Okay, what was the clip then?
I said, I've never said that.
Okay.
I know a lot of people, including in the Trump administration, who think that. However,
I don't think a single person of note in the Trump administration believes that. And again, much like Dan Bongino has beautifully called out with Tucker in the past, if you have receipts, Tucker, share them. Same thing with you, Candace. If you have receipts, you have proof, share them. That's what's happening in a court of law right now. And you don't have to name names. I understand how reporting and journalism works. I get it. You got to protect your sources. Give me direct quotes. You can't, because it's a lie. It's clickbait. And kudos to Donald Trump Jr., of all people, who tweeted this yesterday. Fact: Tyler Robinson was on the Utah Valley campus, on that university's campus, 4 times between September 10th, 2025, and the early hours, approximately 12:40 a.m., on September 11th, 2025. Major detail no one seems to be talking about. Tyler Robinson was not a student at UVU. Don Jr., you were correct, sir. But don't tell that to Candace Owens. Here's her comments while new footage contradicts everything she recently said. Listen and watch this.
In fact, according to my source, Tyler has never even stepped foot on UVU campus.
And there you see him on the campus parking lot, the parking garage, and the steps going down one of the buildings on the campus. Candace Owens either had no source or practices the worst journalistic standards on sourcing in the history of saying you are, quote, reporting on something. And if you wanted to just sit back yesterday and consume the clips of the trial, or perhaps the full posted video of the trial, and if you watched at least 30 minutes yesterday of the footage, it became crystal clear. The timeline prosecutors are building is strong. Surveillance placing Robinson on campus before, during, and after the shot is self-evident. Roof access, sniper position in the gravel, the screwdriver left behind with DNA of Lance Twiggs, the transgendered lover of Tyler Robinson, allegedly. Every piece of evidence fits like a perfect piece to a puzzle. And the defense, they're already grasping at procedural straws, hoping for an error that could throw the trial off. Here is more courtroom footage and testimony from yesterday. Listen and watch.
What are we seeing here, Agent Hall?
That's the vehicle that is believed to belong to Mr. Robinson arriving in the parking garage on campus.
At what time in the morning? What time of the day?
It's approximately 8:30 in the morning on September 10th, 2025. The driver of the vehicle exits the vehicle and then walks on foot to exit the parking garage. It's the individual in the red T-shirt and the shorts and the shoes.
And do you believe you recognize who that person is?
Yes.
Who is that?
I believe that's Tyler Robinson.
Unbelievable. There it is, folks. Open and shut. Say it with me. Open and shut. At no point in time was there an accomplice on the campus. At no point to date is there any evidence of communications with foreign actors, rogue agencies, or anything salacious that would lead to a Netflix special. Robinson's alleged movements are being mapped by campus video, showing the before, the during, and the after of the shots being fired. Of all the video analyzed, the first part of the video is very clear and not grainy. It appears to show Robinson pulling into a parking garage, getting out of a silver Dodge Challenger in the morning, and walking on campus, making contact with some Turning Point USA representatives. A second time he comes on campus on foot later that morning. He stopped in to eat at Chick-fil-A. He left campus around 11 a.m. The third time he comes back to campus is also on foot, the same way he scoped out the second time. He's noticed walking with a limp, which shows multiple angles, presumably of a rifle or a firearm of some sort inside of his pants. Guys, Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. He killed Kirk because of his conservative values. This is as simple of a case as Carmelo Anthony and the murder of Austin Metcalf. 100% of people would see this if 100% of people stopped consuming the content of morons like Candace Owens. Social media has so many positives, but consuming conspiracy theories that are debunked in less than 2 days of court is not one of the positives. But never let facts get in the way of a good story from a good teller. Or do. Be informed and keep your own credibility and perhaps even your own sanity. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by Bucks County Estate Traders. Furnish your home. Make a statement for summer with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces. All high-quality, famous brands meticulously cared for and curated by their experts. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, our YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, and hit the like and subscribe buttons. Dawn Stenzlin, I'm not sure how much you got to consume of that hearing yesterday, but your thoughts on what is played out versus what certain people want you to believe on the internet.
Yeah, we were able to take some of that testimony from David Hull live. Just a little bit of it. So I'm glad that you encapsulated all of it, because a lot of people, might have heard snippets of it throughout the day. But giving the big picture this morning, seeing it like that, obviously in news, I mean, you're giving an op-ed, And so this is all alleged, and this is not a trial. It's the prelim, obviously, but I have to say that just as your attorney. No, just kidding.
Yep.
But in all seriousness, this case appears to be an open and shut case. You did hear the defense team, and this is a court-appointed, taxpayer-paid, defense team, objecting heavily to releasing or showing that video. So the defense attorney is doing everything in their power to ensure, a fair trial, a fair jury. Because obviously this and the judge, the defense team, they're doing what they have to do, right? But when you saw it, just as you're showing it, Nick, there's no question, and so it's quite damning. And couple that with his former roommate, romantic partner, etc., his boyfriend. They're going to show a video because this continues today, but
yes, it does.
They're going to show more video and apparently have testimony on video or an interview on video with his former roommate saying that he had confessed.
Yep. Sean, I was told that social media is never wrong, and people like Candace and Tucker, it was an exploding mic from Israel. It was Charlie Kirk he changed his views on Israel, so the Mossad killed him. Your thoughts, sir?
Yeah. Well, those are never going to go away. Okay, those conspiracy theories are never going to go away because there is a group of people who are dedicated to either blaming Israel for all of their problems because they are, quite frankly, Israel first, since it's the first thing that they always talk about, which is whatever. They're going to do that. That's fine. Just like the left for the last decade have blamed everything on Russia, right? In an effort to score points against Donald Trump. Okay. So that's number one. Number two, when you're on social media and you see a post with a ton of traction, okay, one of these just asking questions, one of these things, one of the problems that people have and one of the pitfalls that folks kind of unfortunately fall victim to is engagement is like a judge of whether, what's being said in the post is true.
Yes.
A lot of the times you'll see like, oh, well, this post got 1 million views, so it can't be fake. Actually, I look at this cynically like the opposite. The posts that get a ton of, now it's not to say every post that gets a ton of engagement or views is fake, but I look at it and go, why? Why did the algorithm choose this? Why are so many people engaging with this? Is it rage bait? Is it conversation starter? Is it engagement farming? Like, what's the deal? And a lot of these conspiracy theory posts and threads and videos are often, it's these just asking questions, fodder for discussion, fodder for engagement, and that's all it's about because that's where the money is made for the user. So you can't, when you're on social media, judge the truth of a piece of content based off of how many people have hit like, or how many people have commented, or how many people have shared it, or how many followers the account has, because that has no bearing whatsoever on the veracity of the statements. Then you get to people like Candace, you get to people like Tucker, and some of these other folks on that side of the conversation regarding Charlie Kirk. And again, they're not, quote unquote, just asking questions. A lot of this stuff is soft allegations via the loaded question. I always come back to the example of when did you stop beating your wife? Well, you're not asking a question at that point in time. You're making an assumption through the question that the person you're speaking to or about at one point in time was a wife beater. I'm not saying you beat your wife. Well, you are, because you're asking when did you stop, which assumes that you started or that you did it in the first place at some point in time. So that's what these people are doing. And unfortunately, when you deal with these people who have this hidden knowledge, right? I know something nobody else knows, but I'm not going to share my actual receipts. I'm just going to vaguely beat around the bush and talk about what I have. That's the Candace Owens model. Tune in at 6. I have this. I just learned something disturbing. I'm going to share as much as I can from a source, that says that there was an Egyptian plane, an underground bee cult at the campus, and Tyler Robinson's not actually. All of this stuff is all slop and a distraction. And the last thing I'm going to say is the only people this benefits, two groups, Candace Owens and the folks who are putting this content out, the actual conspiracy theorists, engagement farmers, etc., and the radical left, who is at the end of the day responsible for what happened to Charlie Kirk. Not an underground B cult, not the Jews, not Israel, not the Mossad, none of that, not Turning Point USA. The left is the one, they're looking at this going, wow, Candace Owens has given us an off-ramp here. We can run with this too and blame somebody else to avoid accountability. And I've been saying that since the beginning. You notice with her, there's only one group who she has consistently not blamed, and it's the radical left. She will not go near Antifa, the anti-fascist, indoctrination that Tyler Robinson appears to have fallen victim to, right? That has resulted in an increase in political violence across this country from coast to coast. She's not holding them accountable. No. She's finding another boogeyman and Fort Huachua and Mitch Snow and underground and the Egyptian plane. Never once, not ever, did she attempt to pin the accountability on the left. And I think that's telling. Yeah. And you want to talk about who's being paid? I don't know. Maybe someone is putting her up to that to run cover for the left. I don't know. Right.
I'm just asking questions.
Right? Maybe.
Debacle.
Sometimes the answer's right in front of you, and then you have a platform where you talk about the hatred from the left, how the left has been fed nonsense from the legacy media, how the left has been fed fabrications from Democrat politicians on how conservatives and MAGA Republicans and Donald Trump are stripping the rights of transgendered individuals in society. And then when some of these mentally ill individuals fully believe that and then decide to act upon it, which again, go back and look at Tyler Robinson, relationship with Lance Twiggs, I believe a transgender man pretending to be a woman or vice versa in a furry animal, in a furry outfit, guy. Right? Whose DNA was a 95% match on some of the evidence that Tyler Robinson had in his possession. Like you've been bloviating about this on your own program for how many years? Well, right there's your answer. There's your suspect. There's your motivation. Right? You don't have to.
It's easy.
Yeah.
It's easy when you're Candace Owens, because then you could just go, oh, you believe that? You believe that Fed slop? Oh, you believe that's fake. She'll just go, that's fake evidence. It's not, they cooked it up. So it's easy. It's easy for these people to just go, no. If it's coming from the FBI, that's fake. If it's coming from the same, watch, this is what they do. If it's coming from the same people who are covering up the Epstein files, you can't believe it. You know what I'm saying? This is how lazy they are, where if it's a piece of evidence that debunks their theories and their podcasts and their whole worldview, they just go, nah, that's fake. That's obviously it's an Israeli operation. It's a false flag. And that's all they do. And the problem is they have successfully psyoped a good amount of people. You know, they've gone the full Inception route. You know, one of the killer pill in Inception was Leo's character convinces his wife that, quote, this world is not real, right? Nothing in front of you is real. So they've got this idea that if the federal government is saying something, it's not questioned, it's already debunked. There's a difference between saying, hey, here's what the government's saying, let's look into the truth and see, like, do some independent research. There's another thing to dismiss it immediately and say, because they said it, it's false, right? Because that's the polar opposite of being, a blind follower is also being a blind critic, right? Like, just because it's TDS, just because someone says something and you don't like that someone, it's false. So that's what they do. Right. That's their argument. That's their way of thinking.
Right.
That's how they do it.
You know what? And just to wrap, we have about 2 minutes here left. I just want to get your thoughts on this. I always bring up my wife's uncle, who I say is part Bernie Sanders, part Alex Jones. He's super left on some things and super right on other things, which leads to fascinating holiday conversations over whiskey and bourbon. So I remember, to me, Candace Owens is now the modern day Alex Jones. Remember when Alex Jones spouted off and got sued into oblivion for Sandy Hook?
Yeah, lost.
Right? There were crisis actors at Sandy Hook. No children died. The school was not operational. There was no internet or electricity bills for months. It was a false flag operation. You can go through all the claims that were made and then debunked, obviously. And obviously he got sued. And just think about that. When the amount of coordination that would need to go into something all for trying to grab guns, I get it. I do believe the government wants to restrict your Second Amendment rights. Of course. I don't think Sandy Hook was fake, but this is where we're at now, where people like Candace Owens take these obviously open and shut cases and sensationalize for engagement and profit, and crazy people actually believe it. And again, I have my own conspiracy theories. I think 9/11 was allowed to happen. I think Butler was a setup. I think they wanted Trump dead. So I'm not sitting here debunking every conspiracy theory. I just don't believe the Charlie Kirk one.
Yeah, I'm with you on it. I'm 100%. And I think, again, the Occam's razor approach is important, right? The explanation that requires the least amount of assumptions is the one that I'm always going to default to. It's not always the right answer, but it's a pretty good method. It's got a good track record. It is not hard for me to believe that a radical leftist hated Charlie Kirk to the point of wanting to kill him.
Yeah.
That to me, I'm not going, they go, oh, you believe that? Well, yeah. I do.
Yeah, I do.
Because the same radical leftists sent the SWAT team to my house and 20 other people's house. I believe it.
Yeah.
I do, because it's not hard to believe.
Right. And seriously, and not to rehash your own trauma, but let's be honest, probably there's a percentage possibility. I have no idea what that person was thinking that swatted you. But if you would have moved too quickly as the authorities arrived at your property and they thought their lives were in danger and they opened fire on you and killed you, the person who swatted you probably would have been like, good. That was kind of my goal.
Oh, they would have been happy.
Right?
Well, that's the whole thing, because part of that 911 call for our swatting was, this is the craziest element, was because we have the 911 call, we listened to it, was that a threat was made. So I'm not going to jail. Anyone comes into the house, I'm going to shoot him, was the caller. So basically putting in the minds of the police officers, hey, this guy is going to commit suicide by cop, And so once he walks through that door, if I'm in the house, his life is in danger. So the goal was to create a very tense situation. And I think they were hoping something went wrong.
Yep. All right. 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, hour 2 on the way. Bernie breaks his silence on his socialist bro, but Plattner may not go. It's Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Sean back after this.
Hey, we got to talk about our friends at Piazza. There's a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz, a feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong. So during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration, you discover exceptional offers on a remarkable selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and GLE SUVs. So visit your authorized dealer in Westchester or Wilmington or Atlantic City. Experience the luxury, innovation, and performance that set Mercedes-Benz apart. The Welcome Home celebration is happening right now at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. We thank our friends at PiazzaAutoGroup.com, PIAZZA. Tell them Dawn sent you.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline. So I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46, and I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/save. That's ethos.com/save. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox.
Let's go.
But there's one critical step before digging.
Wait, what?
Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit pa1call.org.
Maybe I should have listened to the home message first.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Autoimmune disease. Difficult to treat and even more difficult to diagnose. If you've had Lyme disease, post-Lyme, or any type of autoimmune disease, you probably know how difficult it is. That's why you should contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and the team at Innovative Medical Associates. Through their unique hydration protocols, Dr. Molly and her staff have helped hundreds navigate the difficult journey of autoimmune, Lyme disease, or post-Lyme. To set up the initial consultation, which is complimentary, call 856-489-0505. That's 856-489-0505. Or visit their website, innovativemedicalassociates.com, for additional information. Do what many others have done who have either been misdiagnosed or just led down a path to nowhere. Contact Innovative Medical Associates. That number again, 856-489-0505.
This weather won't last forever. Soon summer will be here and you'll go from always shivering to always sweating. And if your AC barely made it through last summer, Horizon Cooling's here to fix any HVAC issue now. And for a limited time, get a precision tune-up for just $79. But if you're in need of a new system, save big with up to $2,000 in free comfort upgrades plus 0% interest financing. So start now and avoid getting stuck with season passes to Sweatland. Book HorizonServices.com today.
Hi, I'm Paul Cozy from Cozy Jewelers. If you're looking for the perfect engagement ring, don't settle. At our family-owned store in Newtown Square, we design and create every ring ourselves. So you're dealing direct with the designer, me. Custom doesn't have to cost more, but poor quality will cost you for years. Step up to the 5th C and get an heirloom quality ring that's as unique as your love story at Cozy Jewelers. That's color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy.
Summer means vacations, road trips, and spending more time on the road with family and friends. United Tire is keeping America rolling by extending its 4th of July sale through July 18th. Receive an instant $104 savings on any set of 4 tires, plus free road hazard coverage on trusted brands like Michelin, Goodyear, Continental, and more. It's one of the best tire deals of the summer. Visit your local United Tire today. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Let me tell you something about insurance. When you sign your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. Then you may not hear from them again until it's time for renewal. But your business runs all year, so do the gaps and the risk. So go to supersure.com. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it can be too complex to just go buy a policy online. Supersure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like fine print facts. It'll translate your current policy into plain English so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus a business value calculator so you can estimate what your business is worth so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Supersure.com. That's supersure.com. Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 7:04. Happy Wednesday, everybody. As we welcome you back in hour number 2 of Kayal and Company. It's Nick Kayal, Dawn Stensland, Sean Farish, and for Greg Stocker, Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly. Cut sheet coming up at 7:45 this morning. Going to get to the Bernie Sanders, Graham Plattner story in just a moment. Have to give a big shout out, though, to the audience on two fronts, both of which are in regard to the bike ride coming up Sunday, July 26th. We just had another rider that joined, and let's see here. That would be John Meidel, Meidel. John Meidel added to Team Kayal and Company, 1210 WPHT. I believe now the number of riders is up to 42, which is tremendous. 42 people. Think about this. When we started this, in this rendition of the show and doing the ride, my first year in 2023, I think we had a dozen. 2024, 2025, it keeps getting bigger and bigger. Now we're up to 42 riders. And then also on the donation front, a big thank you to Mary Coyle, $100.
Wow.
So now we are up to $22,732, smashing the goal of $15,000.
Amazing.
Great job from this audience. Way to go.
Nice job.
That's right. How about that? We got right. Sean, nobody's ever seen
a better job.
It's like you knew I was going to say.
Nobody does a better job. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, right? They look at it, they say, sir, nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's so big, it's huge. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Tremendous job.
I'm thinking, Dawn, and you've been promoting this for years. 42 riders. I don't know that there's 5 teams out there that have more than 42 riders of all the different groups that'll be. I know the Montgomery County District Attorney's Office has a big squad. Kevin Steele, the Democrat DA, who's...
I have the biggest squad, by the way. Nobody has a bigger squad than I do.
Biggest and the best.
Biggest and the best and the tallest and the greatest.
And there's a couple of groups out there that have been doing this for a long time with big turnout. But wow, we're starting to crack that top 5, I think. So thanks to this audience, not only for your donations, but signing up to ride. And Stocker will be back on Monday the 20th. So that'll be the stretch run, the final week for donations and to join and ride with us. And again, if you do sign up to ride, again, if you want your bib, your jersey, the full bit, I believe we're probably past the point where you'll get the updated this year version jersey for Kayal and Company. But you do have to raise $250 to get the accessories that come along from Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. And that's not hard, folks. Just find 10 people that can donate $25 a pop in your name, in your team, and you're probably getting the emails from Families Behind the Badge. So make sure you do that because that is one of the requirements. All right, Bernie Sanders, Graham Plattner, and I know, Farish, you were spending a lot of your day yesterday talking about this on your show. I just want to throw out this conspiracy theory. Our buddy Steve Pacraduni from Jack Chitterelli's team last fall, actually, threw out
nice guy, Jack.
Yes,
nice guy.
Nice guy. He says that he sent me a text. This is Steve Pacraduni. He says, here's a conspiracy theory I've been thinking about. Would you agree that the establishment Democrats like Schumer, etc., set this all up with Plattner to knock Bernie down again? That's the bigger play, in my opinion. They knew that Collins, and he's referring to Susan Collins, the Republican incumbent from Maine, would be hard to beat. Sean, you pointed it out yesterday. She typically polls 6 to 9 points behind her actual results. So the polling is always wrong on Susan Collins. Say what you want about one of the usual suspects that I'm not a fan of, even though she's a Republican. He says they knew Collins would be hard to beat, and Bernie was gaining too much control of the party, so they let Plattner win the primary, knowing that they would put the hit out on him and kill two birds with one stone. You buy that?
No.
No?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. Because it's not about Bernie. Bernie Sanders is, he's ancient. Okay. The no matter how you look at it, the Democrat Socialists of America are taking over the Democrat Party. Bernie Sanders be damned. Right. I mean, Bernie doesn't even matter. He's not even a shot caller anymore. AOC is the shot caller.
And she did not endorse.
And she didn't. Well, I think she got behind Plattner, didn't she?
Did she? Or did she kind of not answer the question?
Or was it one of those kind of like,
I thought that's what it was, but I could be wrong.
But either way, this is not about Bernie.
Okay.
Because Bernie's not running in 28. There's no way. Right. So I don't think this is about Bernie and this is about taking a shot at him. Now, this could be, and I say could be, a way for the Democrat establishment to fire a warning shot at the DSA.
That's what I'm thinking.
Basically say, say not at Bernie himself,
right? But Bernie,
but
Mamdani, AOC,
yes, and basically say, look, you guys don't have a clean record. We know all this stuff on all of you, and we will go after your candidates if you don't fall in line with what we want. Because think about the playbook here and what they just did to Plattner. Plattner wins the primary 72, almost 73% of the vote. Okay. Like Fidel Castro didn't even win by that much.
Right.
All right. So you have that aspect of it. And the traditional way that, all political operators, whatever you want to call them, get rid of these candidates is sexual abuse. That's been the go-to. Cuomo, they did this to Cuomo. Swalwell, Al Franken. This is the traditional play. It's an allegation. It's a sexual abuse, a rape scandal. It's something of that nature. They do this. They're doing the same thing to Graham Plattner here. By the way, what happened to Democrats and due process? These are just allegations.
That's right.
All right. Nothing has been proven in a court of law. Right. Yeah. But this is them saying, we know how to play this game better than you know how to play this game, and targeting the DSA. I don't think they're targeting Bernie, but I think this is them. This is evidence here of a very deep fracture on the left between the DSA and the establishment Democrat Party. And that's what I'm watching and what I'm fascinated by.
Yeah.
Because we know there's a power struggle on the left. And I think this illustrates it. If you read into it and you look at it and you say, these are the two sides warring with each other. The DSA got some scalps, right? They got some victories in the primary cycle. Now the Democrat, the Empire strikes back. And they say, we're going to go after your chosen one, Graham Plattner. And if you think we're just going to stop with Graham Plattner, we'll go after Milat Kiros next, et cetera, et cetera. That's what I think's going on. I don't think it has anything to do with Bernie per se, but I think this is the establishment Democrats going at the DSA wing of the party. And then this is the civil war we're watching play out in real time.
Yep.
I don't believe AOC ever publicly endorsed him. And the only comment I can find, it was in early June, she was asked about him.
Outside of the Capitol.
Remember that?
Yeah, I think we had it on the cut sheet, right?
And so she said something to the effect of, it's challenging, it's really hard to stomach. And so she was always sideswiping.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, she ends up looking as one of the few top Democrats. She ends up looking good in this,
true,
if you will, because everybody else.
She did not publicly or formally endorse him. You are right. She did not.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Elizabeth Warren, I forget what you called her. Yeah. I think her comment is the worst.
Oh, what did she say?
He's my kind of man.
Yeah.
Eek.
Yeah. Well, that's why I say, you look at Elizabeth Warren, you look at, we call her Pocahontas, right? And she inducted Graham Plattner into the Smackahoe tribe, right? Think about it. You're not supposed to say that, sir. You can't say that, sir. It's an Indian tribe, the Native American tribe. Can't do that.
Bernie Sanders finally breaks his silence, and he tweeted yesterday at 4:36 p.m. I have spoken with Graham Plattner about the best path forward to Maine. In light of these very serious allegations, I have recommended that he step aside. Now back to oligarchy. My typical oligarchy and fighting the 1%. Now, excuse me, I have another book to write, another home to fill out a mortgage application for. I can't be bothered with guys like Graham Plattner. This was his hand-selected boy.
Uh-huh. Of course they are holding hands. We're fighting the oligarchy together. Listen, Graham, it's just you and me right now, buddy, okay? Don't give in.
Well, he's not.
Don't give in. Hold the line. This is the oligarchy. They're coming for you, Graham. They're coming for you. The oligarchy is trying to take you out. And look at Bernie Sanders, that little bitch of a man, right? Let me tell you, this guy, all right, let me tell you, he got fleeced 2 times, 2016, 2020, right? And he just laid down and took it. Graham.
Like a dog.
Don't lay down and take it like a dog. Go down swinging.
Yeah.
Fight that oligarchy together. Burn it down. Feel the burn. Burn it down. Graham Plattner. Listen, someone's got to stand up for the voters, right? Someone's got to stand up for the voters.
Well, and again,
Graham, you can do it.
Yeah.
Be the chosen one, Graham.
They're not going to have their say. The New York Post reported yesterday that Plattner's refusing to drop out of the Senate race unless he gets to name his successor. A source familiar with the campaign discussion said Plattner, his campaign, and political strategist Morris Katz are deliberating about the Maine Democrat dropping out, but only if his replacement that he chooses has the same views that he holds. So I believe the number, somebody on the show, Dawn or Sean, you cited it yesterday. Plattner received 154,000 votes, I believe, for whatever, a couple of months ago or whenever that happened. So the people said, we want Graham Plattner. The Democrat Party is now coming out and saying, no, you're not going to get Graham Plattner. We're going to rescind all of these endorsements in light of these allegations. And that's all they are at this point, even though I think they are true. We're going to force him out. And then Graham Plattner is saying right back to Maine, okay, I'll go, but I choose. The people that chose me don't get to choose. And I know there's deadlines, and I think it's coming up this Monday.
July 13th, 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Yep.
For the 41. By the way, he's younger than me. He looks 20 years older than me. Graham Plattner, the oysterman, the oyster farmer, to withdraw. One source quipped that Plattner...
I know where he farms his oysters. Yeah, in a porta potty.
Ew.
Plattner apparently assumes, quote, whoever might replace him would want a rapist's endorsement. The candidate has firmly denied an accusation from the ex-girlfriend. So here's the thing. Even if Graham Plattner decides to step aside and handpick his person, that handpicked person might say, I don't want the stench of Graham Plattner on my candidacy.
Yeah.
Right?
Who would want that?
I wouldn't, unless you're just a diabolical human.
I love what he is doing, and I hope he's not just holding out for some sort of check to get out of the race. Look, this guy's got a Nazi tattoo, okay? This dude is allegedly a womanizer and somebody who likes to prove his dominance, and a control freak. And I think he's unhinged enough. Like Bernie Sanders was playing the game in 2016. He was playing the political game, the long game. He's going to go back to the Senate. They're going to, Hillary Clinton's going to get the nomination. He got a nice payday from it. People saying that's where he got one of his houses, et cetera. Graham Plattner is a different animal. I don't think Bernie is as malicious or controlling. Clearly he's not, because he was convinced to do things their way. I think Graham Plattner is a different animal. 5 days to go. I'm not saying he's going to stay in, but you would traditionally, look at how long it took Swalwell. Well, it was like a day or two, right? And he was like, all right, I'm done.
I'm out.
Right? And he bowed out and he wrote. Plattner is not doing that. And the reason why, I think, too, is he has nothing to lose. What does he have to
You're
lose?
right. His political
He doesn't have
career
an
is
office
toast
right
anyway,
now.
right?
What else does he have?
His political career is over.
He's dead man walking.
this
So
is-
why execute yourself
Right.
sooner than you need to go?
Exactly. If I'm Graham Plattner, this screw job, because the Democrats, we have to be very, very clear. All of them knew what was in this guy's file. Okay? There is no way that these guys like Ro Khanna, Bernie, there's no way they didn't know that these allegations were a possibility or that they were sitting there.
But
right?
now it's in their
There's no way.
faces. I mean, just yesterday you had Lindsay Fifield. She came out and did her interview with Jake Tapper. So it's like a 1-2 punch with, I mean, Nick's big take yesterday was Jenny Rassicot, right? She spoke out.
Yeah.
Now it's Lindsay, both of whom spoke out to the New York Times.
Yeah.
But to your point, nobody seemed to care.
Right.
But AOC in this, I will give her credit because she did, after the New York Times print article said, oh, this is concerning. So at least she has some, AOC has a little bit of discretion.
Mm-hmm.
But, one thing I'll say, and Sean, you said, he's, being called a womanizer. But in this case, these are allegations of a violent, rape situation and what these women are alleging is a pattern of
100%
being violent with women, right? And so,
and I'm not even I'm saying too. I'm not going to say that I believe he's a rapist. I'm going to say I wouldn't be shocked, right? But at the end of the day, this is innocent until proven guilty. They are
and
just
women he was
allegations
dating
right now,
and
right
in years long consensual relationships.
I mean, I believe it's more than likely that it happened, right? Because of the pattern of behavior, like you're saying.
Yeah.
Well, I think what Lindsay Fifield said yesterday, just real quick here, what she interjected into the conversation is she said that he would use as the excuse, oh, I was blackout drunk. I'm really sorry. I don't remember a thing. But then throughout the course of the conversation, would recall details and say, I'm sorry I did this. And so wait a minute, I thought you were blackout drunk. I thought you didn't remember anything.
When you're blackout, you don't remember nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking from experience.
So,
speaking of Plattner and the fact that he is still technically in until maybe more dirt comes out, and maybe
hold the line.
There is more. Clip 16, Phil, House Democrat Debbie Dingell, Democrat from Michigan, tells CNN she's been told, quote, there are more Graham Plattner stories coming after
Debbie
this
Dingleberry
rape accusation. Clip 16, roll it.
Give us an indication of who is doing the yelling, because we've seen a number of folks just in this story get called operatives and get accused of having political motivations for coming out and detailing their past with Plattner.
I'm going to not give you names because they're people that I have a great deal of respect for as well. But they have said to me, you were right. Your gut was right. Your instincts were right. He lied to me. I am going to tell you point blank that I'm not even going to give you gender because I've discussed it with people of both genders, said that they'll never forgive him for lying the way that he did. And I think a lot of people have been stunned by the continuing pattern of stories. And quite frankly, I am told that there are more. I do talk, this is a community that I work in, and there are other credible reports that people have told me of. I don't spread rumors, so I'm not going to get into that. But it's time. We have a sexual predator in the White House. That doesn't make it okay for Democrats. Yes, we need to fight fire with fire, but we got to have some principles and values that we stand up for.
Sexual predator. Okay, yeah. Unsubstantiated claims in Epstein files that were deemed non-credible. The best you might have is the E. Jean Carroll civil thing, and a lot of people doubt how that thing really played out. So you want
a Law and Order episode.
Yeah. Rape is sexy.
Debbie Dingleberry, by the way. Speaking of Dingleberries, I just want to point this out. I actually have a new prop, Nick. Have you seen it?
Uh-oh.
No.
A dingle.
You see my new prop?
Do you have the dingleberry yourself?
This is the official Joe Biden.
Oh yeah,
replica Operation Tootsie Roll.
You had that Monday or Tuesday? Yeah.
Yeah, I must have. I don't know. I can't keep track of who I shared.
That's a fruit, right, or a vegetable?
It's a tamarind. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I thought it was a Tootsie
spice
Roll.
or fruit.
Yeah.
Well, no. This is a poop, Dawn.
Oh.
This is a Duke.
No,
this is the replica. This is the replica golden Dookie of crooked Joe Biden at the Vatican, Operation Tootsie Roll.
When we were kids, my brother would take a Tootsie Roll.
Yeah.
And he would like smooth out the ends and put it like on my mom's, on the nice dining room carpet.
Smooth out the ends.
He would like with his mouth, he'd like smooth out the edges of the Tootsie Roll, like a big Tootsie Roll. Then she'd be like, "That dog pooped on my."
Did he walk up to her while she was yelling and eat it?
He did.
She'd probably like, "Oh my gosh!"
He did. Mom, I'll take care of it.
It's funny you say that. My mom back in the day scared the crap out of my sister and I when we were, I don't know, like I was maybe 12 and she was 9. She skinned the skin off of like green grapes. Yeah, and like when you take the skin off of a grape,
yeah.
And then she told us, she was like, "Close your eyes," and we were in the living room waiting. She brought in this bowl, and ultimately we found out they were grapes. But she took all the skin off of them and said that they were eyeballs. And I was totally,
how dare you?
Totally
That's a
freaked
good
out.
prank.
Yeah. Yeah.
Nice.
Jimmy Kelly as a guy with 2 eyeballs that don't function properly is cringing right now. Should I do that prank for you, Jimmy, or will I get fired for that?
Nah, it doesn't bother me at all. I've heard all the blind jokes for over 25 years. I've heard them all. I've told them all as well.
It adds to your charm.
Exactly.
Exactly right.
When is the electric scooter coming for me to ride around the halls here?
Don't get me started on electric scooters. My daughter wants an electric scooter now.
Does she really?
Yeah, she does. Yeah, and I hear they're pretty pricey too. And I'm like, no, you don't need an electric scooter.
You'll shoot your eye out, kid.
It's all fun and games until somebody loses an eye, right?
That's right.
All right. We'll come back and a couple of other stories to get to before we get to the cut sheet, including a lot of the Save America Act conversation that is coming from legacy media. And I get the feeling that they are, even though it's a long shot, they are very fearful of it becoming a possibility. And they are peddling fear to those who will buy into the restrictions that are imposed on the American public. We'll get to that. And also, don't look now, but woke is coming back to your schools. I know we're still 7 weeks away from back to school, but a ridiculous concept from teachers and the teachers union. We'll get to that as we continue. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Sean. It's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-619-3377. That's 800-619-3377. 800-619-3377.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. BABBEL.com.
Tasty cake and summer just go together. Whether you're packing for family vacations, getting ready for summer camp, heading to the pool, or simply stocking up for busy days at home, Tasty Cake has the treats everyone loves. The next time you're at the grocery store, be sure to grab the baked peach pie, packed with sweet summer flavor, and the lemon cupcakes, perfect for lunch boxes, camp snacks, road trips, and family get-togethers. Easy to grab, easy to share, and always a family favorite. Make Tasty Cake part of your summer. Tasty Cake. Accept no substitutes.
For years, Gone South has been a podcast about crime in the American South. But for our new season, we're widening the lens. Through deeply reported, narrative-driven stories, we're digging into the myths, scandals, and power structures that still shape the South, and, in a lot of ways, the country itself. Follow and listen to Gone South Season 5, an Odyssey podcast. Available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Everything is better in the summer, and everything's better at the shore, and you deserve a vacation. Summer vacation. If it's still sitting on your to-do list, stop procrastinating, because July is one of the best times to head to my happy place, the Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. It's Rich Zioli. Book a July midweek stay. They're going to give you resort credits. Say 3 nights, you're going to get $60 a night in resort credits. 5 nights, get $70 a night. Stay 7 nights, receive $80 a night in resort credits. And you can use those credits on food and beverages in Hemingway's restaurant, the pool bar, beach concession stand, or the gift shop. You can take your family on a whale-watching boat cruise, but you have to book direct with them to get the best rates and to get those resort credits. You're going to love the Grand Hotel. You're going to love Cape May. If you've never been, it's my favorite shore town. And the Grand Hotel has a beautiful outdoor heated pool and an indoor heated pool if the weather's not great. Book today before they sell out. GrandHotelCapeMay.com.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
7:31 on a glorious Wednesday, shaping up to be a beautiful day in the Delaware Valley. It is Kayal and Company, Nick Dawn and Sean Farish in for Greg Stocker. Tons to get to on the cut sheet, which is just about 15 minutes away. It will include 2 big headliners. Benjamin Netanyahu on CNN with Dana Bash, and Marjorie Taylor Greene on ABC and The View. Hopefully we don't get flagged. Phil gave me a warning earlier this morning. He said every now and then, not a lot, but every now and then when we play clips from The View, we get flagged on YouTube, so perhaps don't play every single one that's on the cut sheet, because Bill Maher got us flagged from HBO. I think I figured that out as well. Mm-hmm. We can play Bill Maher's Club Random podcast clips. We cannot play Bill Maher's HBO show clips. I think that's why we got yanked down, so.
Makes sense.
Note to self. So that's all coming up at 7:45. So I'm going to get to the Save America Act here. And I did a quick Google search last night, and I just typed in the Save America Act. Yeah. Thank you, former Mayor Eric Adams. And I hit the news tab, and all of these different stories were written in the last 24 to 36 hours. I've got one here from Vox. Trump is obsessed with passing the Save America Act. Here's what it would actually do. MS Now. Republicans say it's time that Trump changes course on the Save America Act. And then maybe the most interesting one is from New York Magazine, where the headline is Mike Johnson, MAGA Mike, offers Trump a SAVE Act consolation prize. If you recall, I think it was right before Dawn and I went on vacation the week of the 26th of June, The Hill had reported that Mike Johnson lofted up a trial balloon on a truncated, slightly altered Save America Act. And, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking about this, and for some reason, the hold the line phrase popped into my head. And I'm thinking back to elections where, remember, during the 2024 election in November, Dawn, we had the story of people up in Bucks County and Quakertown being told at 2 p.m., lines shut off, go home. And everybody's like, rightfully so, by the way, hold the line, hold the line. I'm not interested in the Republican Party saying, quote, it's time that Trump change course on the Save America Act. I'm not interested in Mike Johnson offering a slightly altered consolation prize. This is something that in a polarized world that we live in right now, where Republicans and Democrats probably don't even agree that today's Wednesday. They all agree to a large majority that the Save America Act and voter ID and proof of citizenship is a common sense thing to do. So I sit there and I say to Donald Trump, not that he cares what I have to say or will listen to me, hold the line. That this is, and I don't care if it's a 9% chance of being passed or 12% or a pipe dream or no shot in hell. You do not give in and concede, and you find a way to get these senators to pass this thing. I mean, they're going to be on vacation a ton here in the next handful of weeks for whatever's left of 2026, which is about, 5.5 months. This is paramount. And I'm not interested in playing nice or being in the sandbox and, well, I'll give you this if you give me that. No. This is, the fact that senators, especially Republican senators, and there's a select few out there, Sean Ferris, that can't get this done. It's not like we're asking you to vote and impose term limits that would, kneecap your own political career and the longevity in which you can steal from people for the next 5 decades, like Bernie Sanders has had to do to make an unbelievable living for himself. This is something so basic and it's so infuriating. And yet I get the sense that the legacy media is now writing a ton of columns about this. They're scared. Mm-hmm. And I sit there and I say this, Dawn, if you have nothing to hide, then you shouldn't be afraid of anything, right? If Trump is just bloviating about fraud, and Sean, you made this point yesterday, if you get beat by 15 points, like Earl Winsome Sears did in Virginia to Abigail Spanberger, you didn't lose because of cheating. But if you lost by 10,000 votes in one state, okay, your claims of voter fraud, they take on added weight because the number was not a blowout. In a place like Fulton County, Georgia, Atlanta, 10,000 votes can be impacted, 15 ways to Sunday. So I'm curious what you guys think about that.
Did you guys see, well, to your point about the Save America Act?
Yeah.
Early this morning, President Mike Lee, reposted True Social.
Utah's Mike Lee, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Sorry. Thanks for saying that, because we live in this world where, I'm so focused on. So he put, he wrote, through whatever means, nuking the zombie filibuster and, enforcing this. We've reached a point of no return. Yes. Failure is not an option. Pass. The Senate must pass the Save America Act. And so he was reposting President Trump, True Social, but just saying the Senate's got to do this.
Right.
Do it now.
Right.
So here is President Trump, obviously dealing with a whole lot with we talked about it right at the top at 6:00 this morning. But, there's President at the NATO summit. He's about to meet with Zelensky, about to hold and what is he doing? He's, posting, and then Mike Lee reposting and commenting on the Save America Act. Get her done.
Yeah. Sean, we had a story back in Pennsylvania. This video got re-aggregated yesterday on X. And I had to look at it in the background because it was Aisha Hasni from Fox News outside the White House, and there was snow on the ground. So the story is actually from, I believe, February, but it still is valid to bring up. An illegal alien in Pennsylvania a couple of months ago was caught voting in 5 presidential elections and also committed fraud, stealing $260,000 in rental assistance, $100,000 in Social Security, and $43,000 in SNAP benefits, as well as a citizen's identity. And this feed says, pass the Save America Act now. Barish, your thoughts?
Well, look, I want to know what the truncated version of the Save America Act includes.
I've got it for you.
Okay?
Right. I've got it here for you right now. If you want it, real quick.
Let's go to that because politics is a game. Well, I'm not going to say it yet. Let's hear what it includes.
Yes. So, according to The Hill, the proposal, which was unveiled by Mike Johnson at a Wednesday press briefing, so this would have been 2 Wednesdays ago, would create a fund that states could tap to implement provisions of the Save America Act, which requires proof of citizenship to register to vote in federal elections and the presentation of an ID to cast a ballot. It is an attempt to work around the so-called Byrd Rule, which sets strict budgetary requirements for what can be included in a reconciliation bill after the Senate Parliamentarian ruled that the Save America Act in its entirety was not eligible. If that makes any sense.
So basically, the Senate parliamentarian, who's an unelected administrator, whatever, of the Senate, said the whole thing can't be moved forward through reconciliation. Is that what I'm getting here?
They go on to write, instead of the Save America Act's stick of mandatory voter registration requirements, Johnson's approach would offer the carrot of grant dollars for voluntary adopting the bill's proof of citizenship scheme, as Punchbowl News reports.
No, you see, I wouldn't settle for that.
Yeah, neither would I.
Wouldn't settle for that because then you're not because you see, politics is a game of compromises, but that's a bad compromise because you're not really getting anything done at that point. You're not mandating anything. The Save America Act needs to be passed because the Save America Act is going to make it less likely that non-citizens are going to be registered to vote or be able to vote in elections. It's not this, well, if you don't do it, then we may not give you grant money and we may hold this back. I mean, no. Look, and in many cases, I would say something is better than nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't love this something. You know what I mean? I don't think this is enough, right? Does this address the mail-in ballot issue? Does this address, because there's so many things that need to be addressed that the Save America Act in its original form addresses, that this seems to kind of fall short on and almost be just a watered down, almost symbolic passage of something versus anything effective.
Well, essentially, though, the measure passed by the House requires, the big headline is it requires documentary proof of your U.S. citizenship to register, and it does limit the mail-in voting.
Yep, military disability out of the country.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So
even this truncated version?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
It limits mail-in vote. See, because to me...
Limits it.
And I know that a lot of...
limits it.
Right. Limits.
Yeah.
That's fine. To me, the biggest issue right now with our elections is the mail. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And the voter rolls. And you can do these phantom ballots. You can send out mail-in ballots to anybody with a name and an address, even if the address isn't real. Mm-hmm. And that ballot can be intercepted and filled out and inserted into the system. And so you basically have, not legal fraud, but undetectable fraud, right? Because who are you to say that Johnny Williams didn't just fill that ballot out and put it in there? You don't know. There's chain of custody questions, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
So, if this is the best that we can do ahead of the midterms and this clamps down on mail-in ballots, is it worth it? I don't know, man. It just doesn't feel like enough.
Here in Pennsylvania, just because every state, every Commonwealth is different.
Yep.
So in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, you do have to, when my sons, we took them, and Nick, you'll be here before you know it in a few years, you take them to the center there, you bring the birth certificate and all the forms of ID and everything like that to get, you yourself, or let's say you're a teenager and they're getting a permit, et cetera, and get their first license.
Yep.
So if you are a citizen, you bring all that documentation.
Right.
And if you're not a citizen, though, you still can get a driver's license. But it's basically, once you get the driver's license, you could go back and register to vote. And then it's just based on honesty. Are you a U.S. citizen? So you can check yes, ding, and then you can vote. So, you'll hear like Governor Shapiro or anybody say, oh, we have provisions in place. It's based on an honesty system. Okay, that's what we have here in Pennsylvania. And so if you want to tell me, well, everybody's been honest, there's no quote unquote evidence that people registered to vote. Well, okay. I mean, we just had an illegal with a freaking CDL from Massachusetts, right?
Yeah.
Accused of mowing down our state trooper whose funeral is this week.
Another one just popped up in Ohio.
Oh, my God.
An illegal alien driving a truck in Ohio killed a 21-year-old college soccer star.
God.
It's got to stop.
So if they get a CDL, I mean, think about that. Look, if they can get a CDL, you're telling me that this didn't happen. And see, the other problem that I feel is that as we have the conversation, my fear is always that we're having the conversation and how many people, and even in our families, say, see, my vote just doesn't count. Mm-hmm. So please don't think that. Please just contact your members of Congress, contact everybody you know who's an elected official and say, pass the Save America Act. Just pass it. Because what it also does, I believe, is let Americans know, voters know, that your vote does count.
Yep. You're right. Well said. 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. Coming up next, a Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. BB and Bash, MTG and The View, and a whole lot more. Nick, Dawn, and Sean, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210WPHT.com. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210WPHT.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
PNC Bank prides themselves on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited about serving our great region. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly planted the seeds to sprout brilliant results for equally brilliant clients. As fans themselves, they love your passion for winning. That's why they have dedicated teams across Greater Philadelphia ready to do the boring work to help set you up for success. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
If clutter is costing you time, fix it right away. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, and home offices. Schedule a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. Closetfactory.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready to unwrap your best health during the Rescue Natural Supplements Christmas in July sale event with savings up to 73% off. That's right. The season of giving is making a huge summertime comeback with site-wide slash pricing on over 50 research-backed formulas crafted with purity, potency, and real science behind every capsule. From high-intensity omega-3s and doctor-recommended cholesterol balance to mobility, gut health, and even advanced cognitive support, now's the perfect time to take advantage of serious discounts and discover why thousands have trusted Rescue's quality and value for over 40 years. So celebrate Christmas in July with sale prices and save up to 73% off for a limited time. Ordering is easy. Just go to res-q.com or call a Rescue product consultant 800-26-ALIVE. You won't regret giving yourself the gift of finally feeling your best. Again, that's 800-262-5483 or online at res-q.com for up to 73% off today.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Any appliance retailer can say they offer the lowest prices and claim they deliver the best customer experience. But how do they hold themselves accountable? At National Appliance Warehouse, we use Price Assure to guarantee we're honoring our lowest price promise. We'll expertly help you navigate over 100 brands on display to ensure you select the perfect appliances, treating you like friends or family throughout. And within 24 hours of our skilled professionals delivering and installing your appliances, a National Appliance Warehouse associate will call to make sure you're happy. If your other appliance retailer didn't do that, it might be time to switch to National Appliance Warehouse.
The 4th of July mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. Baseball season is heating up, and so are the savings here at Barlow. The All-Star Buick GMC lineup is waiting for you. Leading off, the powerful GMC Sierra, built to knock expectations out of the park and be the MVP of every road trip. Visit Barlow Buick GMC this summer, where honest pricing and dedicated service are always part of the lineup, or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 7:51. Happy Wednesday to everybody. We appreciate all of you consuming the show, however you may be doing it, wherever you may be doing it from. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, free Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, the YouTube stream if you want to watch the show live. Throw it up on your smart TV, your big flat screen that you have on your wall, perhaps. Send us a picture of how you're watching the show. We always love when you show us your setup. Get the podcast, iTunes, and Spotify. Oh, we have a lot to get to here on the cut sheet. Big stuff with BB, Dana Bash. Other big stuff with Marjorie Taylor Greene and the angry wet hens of The View.
Oh, jeez.
MTG and Cloudy Hostin.
The bickering bovine, by the way. Bickering bovine.
Bickering bovine.
The bickering bovine. They bicker.
Yep.
And they're cows.
Mm-hmm.
Old MacDonald had a farm. E-I-E-I-O. And on that farm, he had Joy Behar. E-I-E-I-O. With a moo-moo here and a moo-moo there. Think about it.
Hey, I just had an unbelievable idea for you, Sean Ferris. I think you can make millions off of. Now,
Millions?
I would like...
Shh, don't let APAC know.
Yeah. It won't eclipse what they pay you because they give you what? Is it $7,000 per tweet? I think you told us
$7,000. I think I've actually upgraded my deal. What is up with my hair, by the way? These glowing locks. They're not behaving under the hat.
Yeah, for a guy who has such beautiful hair, why do you always wear a hat?
Because I wear a hat. That's what it is.
If I had locks like you, brother, I would let them flow 24/7.
Well, we don't need to let them flow.
He doesn't.
The problem is they have a life of their own.
He doesn't want to look too
APAC is
curvy.
giving me APAC is giving me $7,000 a post, but we're upgrading the deal. It might be $7,000 per character per post.
Oh,
so
well,
it's yeah.
You have a good
What's
agent.
your idea?
Here's the idea.
Just between us.
The Trump children's audiobook. You need to do an entire audiobook on Trump doing all of the great books of our childhood. The Little Engine That Could, you name it.
Good night, Moon.
Yes.
And the red balloon.
Now, I want a 10% finder's fee. That's 10%, but the 90% you
So
get
you
to
talk
keep.
about like, hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle.
Yeah.
Joy Behar jumped over the moon, right?
The amount of chapters that you could publish, I'm telling you, and then charge for it. You know, you're savvy with the internet. Find a way to sell it. Let people download it. I don't know how you would do that. I have no clue about technology, but there's something there.
Hey diddle diddle, the cat and the fiddle. Think about it. You know, you look at all these, the little engine that could. He said, "Sir, I think I can. I think I can. I think I can." And we went up the hill. Sure. And we did so well. What a beautiful, they call it the Trump train. They call it the little engine that could, or as I call it, the Trump train.
Yep.
Of course.
All right.
I love it. I think, there might be something to it here. There was an old lady who lived in a shoe. Her name is Crooked Nancy Pelosi. And she caught the Kung flu, right?
Look, I'm just going to give you my ideas moving forward. You see if you can monetize them. I've given sales enough. They don't do anything with them, so I'm moving on. So they're all yours, pal.
Company bus tour. Come on, we got to do it.
The bus tour. Don't get me started. All right. Wednesday morning, Jimmy Kelly. Hit the music.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet for this Wednesday is brought to you by Tri-County Auto. Great deals on Toyota and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, Ram. Stop by both locations. Look for the big American flag. Thank you, Tri-County Auto, for sponsoring this Wednesday edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. And coming up, clips from The View that will sound just like this.
Hags and heifers.
Yeah, hags and yeah, that's right. Hags and heifers. Weekdays. What time does that show come on? 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock?
11 o'clock.
Is that an 11 o'clock
H.
show?
Hags, heifers, and hens.
How long is that show? Is that an hour or 2 hours?
It's an hour.
Too long.
6 people doing a 1 hour show.
And paid millions.
And paid millions.
Ugh.
Yeah. 6 people,
My neighbors have
7
chickens.
figures.
They have hens. So it sounds like The View. The neighbors have. All of a sudden, we'll just be outside and we'll hear buck, 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 buck. And I'm like, oh, geez. Whoopi Goldberg.
Can you imagine watching that show as a human every day?
That actually does sound like Joy Behar, too.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah.
Like, that is
So
what she
negative.
sounds like.
That's right. And the crazy part is she's not the nastiest on the show.
Yeah.
That's Hostin.
Hostin.
Cloudy
The
hostile.
walking legal note.
Yep. That's right. the human disclaimer. All right. We'll get to them coming up in just a few moments. But I do want to round back to some of the topics that Dawn had in the beginning of the news this morning with what we had the developments or the lack thereof, the MOU, the ceasefire, 21 days. Benjamin Netanyahu was on CNN with...
Whoa. Are we going to say bad things about him? Because I can't be here for that.
Well, that's true. Don't bite the hand that feeds you, Sean.
Yeah, I can't do that.
You're going to really need those Trump children's books then to make money if the Jews cut you off. So BB was on with Low Energy Dana Bash on CNN. We'll get through a couple of these. Let me see here. Let's start with, Phil, go into the 20s. Let's start with number 20. This is Benjamin Netanyahu, who says, now again, keep in mind, this was yesterday. So this was before all of the developments that happened earlier this morning that Dawn reported on. Clip number 20, Benjamin Netanyahu says he has doubts about Trump's Iran negotiations. Roll it.
Probably an unconditional surrender. But the specific question is, under this MOU, the United States terminates all types of sanctions against Iran. Is this a failure for your country, for Israel?
Look, I think it's too early to say what will happen. The president believes that he can stop Iran's nuclear program, which is a nuclear program to create atomic bombs. He believes that he can do this through negotiations.
Do you?
And various pressures. Look, I have my doubts, but I think he should be given the chance, and he's, trying to achieve that. It remains to be seen. But I have said, and by the way, I think President Trump has said too, that deal or no deal, I certainly will not let Iran have nuclear weapons, and that is also the president's position.
In 2015, I was there. I remember that you came to the U.S. and spoke to Congress over the objection of President Obama because of your opposition to that Iran deal, the JCPOA. You specifically mentioned the deal's sanction relief in that speech. What's different about now?
I think Iran, our combined action, the U.S. and Israeli action today destroyed, I think the lowest estimates are $400 billion of the regime's infrastructure, and some say as much as $750 billion or even $1 trillion. So I think what is being discussed now are very small numbers. Admittedly, any number is a high number as far as countries like Israel and others see it, but it's not going to allow Iran to reestablish itself. The question remains.
So you have a trifecta of unpopular right now, an unpopular war, an unpopular Israeli president in his own country with his own people, and appearing on an unpopular show on an unpopular network with CNN and Dana Bash. So in light of the latest developments that Dawn had this morning in the news, let me ask you, Sean, right now, if you're the commander in chief, and I know you kind of gave your thoughts earlier on, well, is there a deal? Are we willing to go back and negotiate? We could strike you, but we still think you're scumbags, so forth and so on. What do you think Trump should do? If you were Trump, what would you do right now?
I'd be bombing them. I would
so
be done with
continuation of what they just did, or are you talking like all-out destruction?
No, military targets first. Right, degrade the IRGC's capabilities. Find IRGC paramilitary targets and strike them. Ultimately, what needs to happen, right? And it's very difficult for this to happen, but ultimately, what needs to happen is the regime needs to fall. But we can't put boots on the ground. Okay, we can't do it. There's no appetite for that in this country. So somehow, some way, the Iranian people have to be emboldened to rise up and chase and overthrow the regime out of the country. How do they do that without weapons? Well, number one, if they're going to do it without weapons, they're going to have to feel like there's very diminished risk of them being fired upon. So you need to degrade the IRGC's capabilities of crowd control and suppressing rebellion or dissent. And then number two, I don't know, maybe the CIA or some sort of, the Mossad or so whoever might be in that area can get weapons to these people. Ultimately, the regime has to go, but we can't be the liberating force on the ground, right? So I would focus on on striking military targets and degrading Iran's capabilities of suppressing a rebellion, a civilian rebellion or uprising in the country. That would be the task. That would be the objective that I would start. I would put on the board and say, this is an objective we need to reach. If I was Donald Trump, I'm done negotiating. You can't.
Right.
How many times? And you know what? He has shown the world here. Look, I tried. He's been trying for 3 months. Remember, it was April 7th, which was when that first 2-week ceasefire was signed. Okay? That's 3 months ago.
Right, which was 6 weeks roughly after the initiation. Was it February 28th?
February 28th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Nothing has been accomplished. You know, not that nothing. There have been some, and then it falls through, and then something is accomplished, and then it falls through, and then there's another deal, and then it falls through. Because you can't negotiate with these people. And I give Donald Trump the utmost credit. I give him so much credit for trying. But how much longer are you going to chase your tail, right?
Well, that's what
And
Iran
you've shown
wants
the
you to
world
do,
that
right?
can't-
They want to drag this out into
Right.
September and October and November for political reasons.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. So the world is seeing now that you can't negotiate with these people. Okay. And the whole world is now being, is now a victim of the games that Iran is playing in the Strait. So if you're Donald Trump, you have to, I think, find those military targets, find those IRGC targets, strike them from the air, okay, and find a way, get creative. There's a lot of, smart people in the Pentagon, and there's also a lot of, people I don't like in there, but find a way to create that uprising that can survive in Iran so that the Iranian people, can chase the regime out of the country. Once you actually have a new regime, it's not headed up by the IRGC, maybe you have a chance of striking a deal. But these people who are currently in power are not trustworthy enough, so you got to get rid of them.
So, Phil, let's go to 22. I have a big issue with what Netanyahu says to Dana Bash in this clip, where the declining support for Israel is on the hands of all of us on social media, blaming TikTok and other social media platforms for how America, and maybe even perhaps globally, the support for Israel has started to wane. Clip 22, roll it.
Some American Jews in Congress who support Israel and support what you just said say that a lot of the actions by you and your government are making Jews in the United States unsafe. Congresswoman Haley Stevens, she's running for Senate in Michigan, said Benjamin Netanyahu has made us less safe. He has frankly put Jews in an uncomfortable position across the country. Have you?
Well, it's made her uncomfortable because she can't stand up for the truth. She's trying to probably excuse anti-Semitism.
She's not. I just want to explain. She's somebody who supports Israel. She supports funding Israel, which is diminishing big time among Democrats and even some Republicans in the United States Congress.
Well, let me tell you, we track the support, and I'm obviously concerned when people raise that. And I've looked at the Gallup polls. Okay, and they're very interesting, and other polls. And you see the decline in support for Israel, okay? And it's several years before the Gaza war took place, okay? And you ask, why did that happen? Well, the one correlation you see, which is almost a perfect correlation, is the penetration of TikTok and other social media in the United States. And as the penetration increases, the support for Israel decreases. And let me tell you something else. The support for America decreases. The number of people who say they're not proud to be Americans, it's just correlation. So
Right.
I think that what has happened here is that there are several countries and organizations that have penetrated the social media, have abused them by putting in bot farms and other things to, especially directed at young Americans, to not only to hate Israel, but also to hate America. And you know what? Those who say that
He sounds like two things. Number one, old man, get off my lawn yelling at the clouds. And number two, when I watched that clip yesterday, sounds and feels a lot like Hillary Clinton years ago. I think it was maybe 2022 or 2023 where she says, we're losing control of information and narrative, and she blames social media because the establishment cannot control the story that is being fed to the American people. And in this case, you could throw in the Israeli Jewish people as well. And like, you can easily separate these things, Sean. You know, you can be, if I were to pose the question, who are you rooting for in the battle, the never-ending war of the Middle East, Israel or the terrorists? I mean, I would sit there and say I'm rooting for Israel. They have a right to exist and survive and live in peace. But if you're going to sit there and say, well, do you support the IDF and Benjamin Netanyahu and these never-ending wars? I would say no, because I've heard this guy for 30 years with the same military-industrial complex rhetoric that he constantly brings up. And when you look, and he cited the Gallup polls, you look at every poll that has been out on this war, the support for the war diminishes as you go down through generations. It's got a higher approval rating with boomers versus Gen Xers versus millennials versus Gen Z. And that's really, like you said, I think, Sean, you said, quote, Americans don't have an appetite for boots on the ground. So BB sounds like a guy who's lost control of the narrative because we're not just relegated to evening newscasts and newspapers anymore.
Keep in mind, he appeared before judges in Jerusalem June 29th recently to provide testimony in that long-running corruption trial that we've discussed. He denies all allegations, but facing multiple trials and multiple corruption, political corruption allegations. He denies all of it and plans to run in Israel's next election, which is prior to November 1st. It's late October.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this is a big year for him. Yep.
Just interjecting that fact reminder.
Sean, thoughts on the blame game?
I'm not a fan of Bibi for that reason, because he does seem to be quite a war-happy guy. And I understand also that, he's like defensively offensive, right? Like we have to cut the grass before it grows too long, in the Middle East, because if it grows too long, they can overwhelm Israel and threaten Israel's existence. So there is a fine line there. But as you said, Nick, it's this whole idea that we've heard these talking points from Bibi and them for a long time, and it oftentimes feels like Israel is trying to enlist the United States to help fight their battles. Now, granted, they are an ally and a partner of ours in the Middle East, and our only real ally and partner in the Middle East that actually takes up arms. You look at the Gulf states, and they always talk this big game. Yep. But what are they doing, right? Israel's out there doing. So I give them credit for that, and actually, putting their money where, so to speak, where their mouth is. But again, these are more Israel's battles than they are our battles. So if they want to fight them, whatever, that's up to them. They have the right to defend themselves. I will never question that. If you're dealing with Hezbollah shooting rockets into Israel from Lebanon, and you're going to tell Israel, well, don't do it, just let that happen. Right. No, you can't do that. Yeah, right. Right. They have the right to try and stop that. It's just that the feeling is, and a lot of people have said it, that Israel is, oftentimes appears to be trying to get the United States to do too much for them, beyond a support role and a supplementary role. And Bibi, I think that the rhetoric, that he uses, especially in American media, where he'll come on there. Last year, I took issue with him saying, you could either have America first or America dead. And I was like, don't talk about us that way, bro. Yeah. Like, don't do that.
Right.
That doesn't fly with me. I support Israel. I support the right of the country to exist as a Jewish homeland. And I support their right to defend themselves. But don't come on my media. Don't come into our Congress. Don't come in front of our people and start making this, well, it's either America first or America dead. Like, who are you threatening, bro?
Right.
What are you doing?
Right.
Because you're going to lose people like me.
Well, it's the same.
I'm on your side.
Right. And it's the same. It's the same thing when Zelensky tried to pull that little snippy tough guy
100%.
act. Remember that?
Same thing.
Yeah, he started mouthing off in Ukrainian, and Trump was ready to backhand him.
Same thing.
Yeah, man.
Same thing.
Yep. The other big story, obviously, is Graham Plattner. So let's get to a couple of clips on that. That was our big story coming out in the 7 o'clock hour. If you missed that, go back and get the content on the Rewind feature of the Odyssey app. Marjorie Taylor Greene, in between her boat vacations and power cleans in the garage and working on that tan, she was on with the angry wet hens of The View yesterday. By the way, Joy Behar claims that she is not a journalist. She is a comedian, proving once again The View is not a bona fide news program. She kind of admits it herself, right? Just saying. Just saying. We'll maybe get to the FCC a little bit later. But Marjorie Taylor Greene was on the show, and she clashes over the allegations against Maine Senate candidate Graham Plattner. Clip 39, roll it, Phil.
Should he? You know, I don't know anything about his policies. I just started learning about him yesterday when I saw this blow up. However, I do know what establishment political hit jobs look like. And I really wish women, when a woman is raped, it's extremely serious. And I stand behind women that are raped. And I ended my political career on that, by the way. You did. And I wish women would come forward. The most important thing a woman can do is come forward and report a rape, not report it years later when someone is running for office. And
you know that does mostly happen in sexual assault because it's very difficult for the victims to come forward.
I have so
one
much,
of the most underreported crimes. That's also the Epstein file victims were also years later as well.
Not all, no, many of them were early on, which is why it's so egregious. So egregious. And none of them have ever gotten justice. But I will say this, you know, Democrat voters in Maine voted for Graham Plattner, knowing he had this Nazi tattoo, knowing that he had scandals, not this scandal. So he did win his primary. And I think the Maine voters should be able to work that out. I really do.
Didn't they do that, though, because they need to get back in power, the Democrats, so that they can deal with this right-wing craziness that's going on?
I don't know. I'm not a Plattner supporter. I'm not in Maine.
I'm just saying.
And I think Susan Collins is a horrible senator. So I want to say that for the record as well.
Let me ask you this, because yes.
I mean, I tend to agree with that part. She's not a great senator for sure. She is horrible.
I'm going to push back on that.
Yeah?
I'm going to push back on that. You know what? I think Susan Collins is bad if you expect her to be completely loyal to the Republican Party in the Senate, but that's not who her loyalties are supposed to are supposed to lie with.
Am I putting
her
too much?
Are supposed to lie with her voters.
Yeah, how did
she read?
True.
She
No, that's
represents
true.
a blue state.
You know, and you know what? In the name of not being a hypocrite, I did say on the SNAP benefit front with Marjorie Taylor Greene, the people in Rome, Georgia, she was defending them because she was representing poor, I believe, rural voters. If I've got Rome, Georgia correct, I think it's a poor rural community. So that's a fair point.
Yeah.
But when
I'm not going to say that I like the way Susan Collins votes.
Okay.
Because I don't.
Right. Because she's always in that group
Susan
with
Collins doesn't
Tillis.
represent Sean Farish. I live in Tennessee.
True.
I don't live in Maine.
And Susan Collins, think about this, that there's, Marjorie on The View on her big national show, and she's trying to be all moderate, whatever. But on one hand, she says, Plattner, well, the people of Maine voted for him in the primary. Yeah, the people of Maine have voted repeatedly and kept in office Susan Collins, who, by the way, does hold a historic Senate record. She has missed 0 votes.
Right.
She has a 0% missed vote rate, hitting the 10,000 consecutive votes milestone. So she is consistently ranked among the most bipartisan senators. And so whether you like her or not, we can talk about that, but she has served her constituency.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the point. That's the point. So Susan Collins, right?
Yep.
Who you mentioned, Dawn, bipartisan senator. Well, she's in a bipartisan, for pretty much not even split. It leans more blue than it does red. Okay.
True.
You want to take issue with a senator that goes back on on how, or someone who's not voting properly, right? Lisa Murkowski, all right? Lisa Murkowski is not in a purple state. Lisa Murkowski is in Alaska,
red.
Okay? Mitch McConnell. Now, I understand you have a Democrat governor in Kentucky, but that's a red state that Trump wins by double digits, okay? John Cornyn, who's somebody who is, lukewarm in Texas.
Right.
John Thune, who's somebody who's lukewarm in South Dakota.
Right.
Bill Cassidy, someone who's lukewarm in Louisiana.
Yep.
Those are the people, if you want to talk about our bad senators, that if you poll legislation, approval, disapproval among constituents in that state, you'll see vast support, for example, for the Save America Act, or borders, the Big Beautiful Bill, or things of that nature, tax cuts. Susan Collins is the only one, I believe, who has an excuse built in, to say, well, I'm doing what my voters, what my constituents want me to do, because that is her job. She is not loyal to the Republican Party. She's not supposed to be loyal to Donald Trump. She's supposed to be loyal to the people of Maine. And if the people of Maine are telling Susan Collins to vote a certain way, it is her job to serve them. I'm not here defending her. I don't love the fact that she's a thorn in our side.
Yep.
But if there's any senator, Republican senator in the Senate who has that excuse, it's Susan Collins. It's not Murkowski. It's not McConnell. It's not Cornyn. It's not Thune. It's not Cassidy. Collins has the excuse.
Yeah.
She did vote for SCOTUS nominees Neil Gorsuch as well as Brett Kavanaugh. Remember, her vote was critical. And to this day, when she's asked about Brett Kavanaugh, because remember, he was critical with the Dobbs decision, she says she does not regret voting yes and helping to put in Brett Kavanaugh.
Okay. All right. There's a great feed if you want to follow it on X. It is at Politician Pages, all one word. It's a quick, nonpartisan snapshot of U.S. politicians, and you can scroll the feed. I just tried checking their actual website. There's no way to type in Susan Collins. You're going to have to scroll it, and you'll see eventually you'll get to her, I would imagine, her snapshot. It almost looks like the back of a baseball card, so to speak, and it gives you your voting record and what your top issues are, your top donors. I'll just give you one name that is probably recognizable here. I'm scrolling down. Let's go with a lot of these names people aren't going to. LaMonica McIver, Democrat, but you'll get the point. Voting record, votes Democrat 100% of the time, 0% Republican, 0% not voting. It also shows you the average House Democrat. Average House Democrat votes 92% Democrat and not voting 4.2% of the time. Gives you bullet points of their top issues and then their top donors. So you can scroll down and you'll see some of the bigger names. You'll see Republican, you'll see Democrat. You could pull up Susan Collins, I would think, eventually, if you have the time to scroll. Kind of a good thing to look at if you've ever wondered where certain senators or congressmen or women typically lean, with voting records versus sound bites, right? Like Fetterman. We know Fetterman votes Democrat only 74% of the time. Yet it's still 3 out of every 4 times he's voting Democrat. But if you see Fetterman on Fox News with Hannity or Laura, you would think he's been red-pilled. It's a few issues where the sound bites go viral, and it's not necessarily an accurate representation of how they typically vote. Let me go to clip 40 here. This is a continuation of the Graham Plattner conversation, and this was Marjorie Taylor Greene defending deleting a post during the heated rape reporting debate. Let's roll this, clip 40.
And I will tell you, as a former sex crimes prosecutor, women, it is the most underreported crime in our country because women are not believed, and because it is very difficult. They're defamed,
and they should
and it's
be
very
believed.
difficult for them to do it.
Right.
Also, I will tell you, you also wrote that she had consensual sex with him years ago. The fact that someone dates people or has had consensual sex with them previously does not mean that they cannot be raped. Married women can be raped. Sex workers can be raped.
Of course.
And that is often, because I've handled some of those cases.
You and I are in agreement here.
Well, we're not.
No,
because I
actually,
want to know why you would post that and accuse her of rape for politics.
Well, I would like to know why you wouldn't put up my actual post.
Because we're going to do it.
Okay, great.
Here we go.
Because I wasn't accusing her.
Your exact quote. Your exact was, if you are raped or sexually assaulted, report it immediately. Yes. Don't wait for years later until the man runs for office to go to news outlets to tell your story. And if you had consensual sex with him years ago, don't turn it into rape for politics with conflicting stories.
Those are 3.
Is that correct?
No, those are 3 separate pieces of it.
I do
three
want to
separate.
I do want to get to it.
That's not.
So
all,
can you answer my question?
What absolutely. I posted that because I support women who have been raped or sexually assaulted, and I want them to have justice.
But not if they've had consensual sex before.
Then secondly, don't wait until they're running for office. We need to know early on.
She was warning the public.
I was warning the public.
No,
okay?
but this woman is warning the public.
I'm saying the public needs to be warned because rapists need to be. They need to be convicted.
I do want to ask you about.
He's fanning herself.
It's not the woman's fault. Not at all.
Congresswoman, I want to ask you about another.
Just like it's not American.
So I think we discussed this a little bit yesterday. Does anybody have a like a red challenge flag here that they're contemplating tossing onto the field of play here, based on the timing of this? Forget the Democrats and the motive of we're trying to get rid of a guy who we think's going to lose. I'm talking specifically with the female alleged victim that sat on the information and then
She admitted it.
Okay. So
she said it. She said that she liked Graham Plattner's policies.
Oh yeah, yeah.
She even said that she didn't want to come forward because she supported what he stood for. This is 100% politics. I don't like Marjorie Taylor Greene the way she carries herself, but she's right. I'm not going to disagree with her because I don't like her stance on some foreign policy. She's right on what she's saying. And here's the other thing. Marjorie said it. Hostin said it. It's the whole believe all women. No, you don't believe them blindly. You also don't say believe no women. You consider what they're saying and you investigate what is being said, because we have seen where there have been hoaxes where a rape has not been committed. Christine Blasey fraud, Trevor Bauer, for example, Trump, E. Jean Carroll, etc. And then there have been cases where it has happened. All of this is what due process is supposed to look like. It's not like, a woman accused so-and-so of a rape. Must be true. Must be true. Now you have to sideline your whole life, all of your professional ambitions because someone accused you of something? No, that's not how the system works. Marjorie Taylor Greene is right. And I understand when it comes to women reporting this type of stuff, there is a level of fear of retaliation. That is a thing.
Sure.
That is real.
Yes.
I'm not trying to downplay that at all. But the point is there is a system that is designed to protect you. And if something like this happened, whether you agree with the man's politics or not, if he raped you, you need to report it. You need to do it now. You can't wait 5 years. Now, all of a sudden, it's politically advantageous and publicly advantageous for you to do so, to bring awareness. No. You want to talk about a red challenge flag about the timing? Absolutely. And this woman even admits, I agreed with what he stood for, but now it's time. Why is now the time?
Right. It's the same thing with the Democrats.
Before the deadline.
Well, same thing with the Democrats with bringing up the Epstein files. They didn't care about it when Biden was in office, right?
Or Obama.
Or Obama.
Matter.
Exactly.
But what's relevant here as well, I mean, it's important. So Sunny Hostin, when was she an advocate or a prosecutor dealing with crime victims? Maybe back in the day, 20 years ago, that's a more relevant conversation. But think about the timing now. We are post Me Too movement. And the Me Too movement, by the way, began way back in 2006, but more recently 2017. So think about this, that these women are making these allegations, and it's in the time window of the Me Too movement. So thankfully, the one, I guess, even though the Me Too movement wrongfully accused many men, okay, we've learned a lot in our society. We've evolved, and we all can agree, yes, now there are so many reporting mechanisms. So to say that something happened 5 years ago, it was a different time.
Sure.
It's not 20 years ago. It's not 30 years ago. It's not even 10. So it's important to note the timing was post Me Too movement.
Yeah.
So yes, it's relevant to say, number one, why didn't you go to somebody? Now, in the woman, not the one who spoke out yesterday, but the woman who spoke, Jen, who spoke out the day before yesterday, she has provided records to a psychiatrist and counselor.
Oh, yeah.
So at least she was telling somebody. But so I think that's, at least you do have some level of documentation.
Yep, agreed.
But it's relevant.
Sure, and that's a good point, so that you could prove the claim later.
Yes.
But a psychiatrist can't arrest Graham Plattner.
Nope.
You know what I mean?
No, and so
that's
if you
the problem.
thought there was a pattern with this man,
right?
At some point, you got to say, "Hey, you have an obligation to report
You
this."
do.
That's number one.
You do.
Number two, it is relevant. It is relevant to say you are in a physical relationship with a man for 2 years. That matters. It does matter to say it's different than, a situation where there's a stranger,
Like a
stalking women.
date rape type thing.
And a stranger grabbing somebody off the street.
Right.
It is relevant to bring that up. I'm not trying to diminish anything.
Sure. It's context.
Yes.
Just context.
Right.
That's true. That's totally fine. And by the way, all rape is bad. No matter, like Sonny Hostin is right. A married person can be raped. If you're not consenting to sex, then it's rape.
Yeah.
Right. I think we can agree. But context does matter. As you mentioned, this is not somebody who strolled onto the New York City subway and grabbed the woman and, battered her and beat her and raped her. This was at least at some point a consenting relationship, dating, marriage, fiance, whatever it is, that maybe because of alcohol and drugs turned bad one night or a couple nights, and resulted in non-consensual behavior.
Right.
But context matters. Okay. I'm not excusing the rape or the action, but context does matter. You're right. It's relevant in that sense. It's relevant in that sense.
And these conversations are good. This is a good conversation to have in general. Not, when have we ever talked about this?
Right.
Every rare once in a while.
Yep.
Because there's somebody listening right now. Maybe something happened to them last weekend.
And now they come forward.
Right.
So please, there are so many avenues and so many pathways nowadays for legitimate victims. And that brings us to the politicization of this.
Right.
And that's why it is sad to me. And I think that we should all look at this and say, I don't want this to come forth with people who are political, because I think it hinders actual rape victims and abuse victims from being believed. So we never want that. And that's why these women coming out now, I don't know what happened, but, I think that I will say Marjorie is correct in saying overall, don't wait until something's where you can be accused of, hey, being famous or having your 10 seconds of fame, whatever. Come forward.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep. All right. Coming up next, as we continue on the cut sheet, 2 stories of anti-American sentiment. One in the workplace, one in an HOA. We are going to get into these unbelievable stories, one of which
Karen button
has Tennessee ties. Yes, the Karen button will get a workout. It'll be sweating like Joy Behar on a Tuesday on The View.
Let's do it.
Nick, Dawn, and Sean, we're back after this, but first a word from our friends at Piazza Auto Group. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, it's officially going on right now at Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown and Westchester. Get a deal so right, it almost feels wrong. That's right. Save on the Hyundai you've always wanted, like the adventure-ready Tucson or the 3-row Santa Fe with 0% financing for 60 months. And because every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, you'll get away with more than just a great deal. 3rd row, that's all the rage these days. I'd choose the Santa Fe if I were you, but that's up to you. Don't wait. Get to Hyundai and Piazza today. Piazza Hyundai of Pottstown or Westchester during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event this summer. Tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
We are Nancy and Robert Harding, and we became Crash Proof in 2018.
In 2022, we sold our home of 34 years, and we moved into an apartment because we weren't really sure where we were going to land. We took all the money of that sale of that house and put it in Crash Proof retirement, which was a smart thing to do. That money has grown. And now, when I realize I'm not an apartment person, we're starting to look for a home. even though home prices have gone up, we're going to be able to buy a home that's going to meet our needs because we have more money now than we did when we sold our home.
That will allow us to achieve the things we like in terms of entertainment, having family over, and Crash Proof has enabled us to be able to make that jump when we desire to do it. The money is available.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn in Limerick, PA on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Experience matters, especially when you're making an investment in your next vehicle. At Lexus of Cherry Hill, they've built their reputation the right way. Veteran and family owned and operated, and recognized as an 8-time J.D. Power dealer of excellence for the customer sales experience. From the refined Lexus RX to the powerful and capable GX, you'll find performance, luxury, and reliability in every model. Visit Lexus of Cherry Hill in Mount Laurel or lexusofcherryhill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, doing business the right way. For J.D. Power of excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at endurancewarranty.com. Auto repair bills are through the roof. $3,000 to replace the transmission, $4,000 for a blown engine. And if your manufacturer's warranty is expired, you'll have to cover it all out of pocket. You need an Endurance Auto Protection Plan. No matter what the mileage, if your car is under 20 years old, Endurance can get you covered on the engine, electrical system, transmission, AC, drivetrain, and more. Endurance has plans for any budget. Repairs can be done at the certified mechanic of your choice, and they're paid directly with no middleman. Plans cover 24/7 roadside assistance, towing, battery jumps, fuel deliveries, tire changes, lockout services, and a 30-day money-back guarantee. Act now and get our elite benefits, including complete tire care and key fob replacement. A $2,000 value at no extra cost. With Endurance, you could never pay for covered auto repairs again, so call now for your free quote. Call 800-453-2609. 800-453-2609. That's 800-453-2609.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active, and it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
This is the sound of Claire, cooking dinner at home. And that's the sound of a fraud alert from Wells Fargo, flagging a charge for a pricey restaurant in Paris. Considering Claire isn't in Paris right now, that seemed odd. To the bank and to Claire. 2 taps later, Claire says nope to the charge, and Wells Fargo is on the case. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
If you're suffering from burning, tingling, or numb feet, you need to pay special attention as we discuss neuropathy with Dr. Thomas Oliver of Oliver Wellness Center. Doctor, what is neuropathy?
Peripheral neuropathy is actually nerve damage to the feet and legs.
And what are the symptoms?
The major symptoms are pain, numbness,
tingling, burning, muscle cramps, coldness in the hands or feet, and problems with balance.
Is neuropathy treatable?
It is absolutely treatable, and we can get great results.
Call 856-347-0032 today to schedule a nerve damage screening. Your nerve damage screening will tell you if you're at risk for serious complications and if you're a candidate for our innovative treatment program. Don't wait until your symptoms are so severe there's nothing that can be done. End-stage neuropathy leaves people confined to walkers, wheelchairs, and even with amputations. Call 856-347-0032. The first 25 callers will receive a free nerve damage screening. Call 856-347-0032.
From Chester Springs to Clemington, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It is 8:37. Happy Wednesday, Kayal and Company, as we motor along here on this Hump Day edition of the program. Just over an hour from now, what occurred today in music history? Cher himself, putting himself in box number 4. The Big 3 coming up, rolling right into the Dawn Show. Fight Club at 9:10 this morning. And we can confirm that Zioli will join us tomorrow for the 9 o'clock hour. He'll be here at 9 a.m. Jimmy Fallon at 8:30. Rich is very busy with dad duties right now.
Uh-oh.
He just sent me a text. He says, "Morning, sunshine." He called me sunshine. I said, "Hey, handsome. What's going on?" He says, "Do you want me to come on tomorrow? And if so, can we do 9 o'clock? He's got 3 different kids to take the 3 different summer camps. It is that time of year. Yeah. It is. I had to take, not that I'm complaining, because I love that she's all in on softball right now, but I took Olivia to a batting practice up at this indoor batting cage facility that we have a little monthly membership to. And then I took her yesterday to a pitching lesson about 5 minutes from my house that was done in the lady's yard.
Nice.
She had like a mound and a home plate built into her yard.
Not bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Next thing I know, we're done at 5:30. It was a 30-minute lesson. There's another dad and another daughter out there waiting. You know, it was like the line was starting to pile up, like we're getting on a roller coaster or something.
I love that.
Yeah. I'd like to keep the money, but you know what? It's cheaper than dance. I'll tell you that much. By the way, you want to talk about a financial benefit. Forget no tax on tips and no tax on overtime or Social Security. My girls will not be dancing next year. I'm going to save. Huh. I'm going to save close to $1,400 a month.
Nice. Congratulations.
I'm just going to stick it in my pillowcase. I'm going to stick it in my pillowcase. Yeah, the hell with the APAC. The dance studio. The hell with Uncle Sam stealing money. Dance instructors are some of the biggest thieves. Dancing is a very expensive thing to do.
They had the time of their lives, but I'm glad that it's very difficult to get a dance scholarship.
It is.
So what you and your wife and girls are deciding on is actually good for in my opinion, good for their future.
I agree. A little variety. Yep. Enough. We've done the dance thing for 8 years.
Bernie Sanders doesn't know. That's where the oligarchy really is. It's in these dance studios.
They are.
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah.
Start taxing these places. My kid. Get your money.
Do you go to the one in Conchi?
I want a Bernie Sanders.
Which one?
I need a Bernie Sanders sex scandal. I need one. I need one now. I want to see your boobs. That's what I want. That's what I need.
What's the Conchi Conshohocken complex where?
Are you talking about dance studio?
No. Batting cages.
Sex scandal, Bernie Sanders?
No, this one is
golf. You could practice your golf swing, get golf lessons.
You're thinking
huge
about
complex.
You're thinking about tees.
In Conchi.
Right off of the Blue Route with the nets that are up.
Kind of behind the BJ's Wholesale Club area.
Yeah, that's not that. Nope.
It's a great complex.
Yeah, she goes to the one up 202. You make a left on County Line Road, and you head. I think that's Hatfield or Hatboro.
Yeah,
I forget. You make a left on County Line Road once you go up 202. She's down that way. But yeah, so there you go. So Zioli tomorrow, and he's taking his kids to 3 different camps. Were you a summer camp guy, Farish? Were you like into like an arts and crafts camp or a sporting camp or just a club when you were a kid?
I was in a couple of science camps when I was younger, like rockets and stuff. That was my thing. Robots and all sorts of cool stuff. We dissected owl pellets. You ever see those? That's like the poop, the owl.
Time for pull the prop up.
You
open
it up. Well, this is not an owl pellet. This is a Joe Biden pellet. Okay,
it's a Biden pellet.
But this looks like a deuce. This really does look like a deuce.
Or a little cigar.
It does. Yeah, that's right.
It's a deuce. But no, there was like science camps were some of my favorite. You dissect the owl pellet, you find like bones of the rats and stuff that they ate. It was really fascinating. Rockets.
Yep.
A lot of stuff. So that was the type of camps that I was most excited about.
There you go.
Those things.
Here in Philadelphia, the zoo camp, I highly recommend it.
The zoo camp?
The Philadelphia Zoo Camp.
Really?
It's awesome.
And it's what? Like a week long or an entire summer?
It's just a week or I think it's 3 weeks. But
Three straight weeks? Wow.
You can choose but I think you can choose 1 to 3.
Well, we're fortunate because, we work in morning radio. So if you have kids that are able to be home for a little bit by themselves at a certain age, or like for me, I have the double winner here. My wife works remotely, so we don't have to put them in summer camps because we're not both working 9 to 5s, right? Like, so that's kind of a benefit. So you're talking about the one right off of Girard, like the Philadelphia Zoo. Okay.
They have, I have all my scrapbooks for my, you know what I mean? Now they're in college.
Yeah.
But the zoo camp, and they pick like the polar bear or the tiger. They have an animal, like that's the main one.
Mm-hmm.
But then you have a sleepover night at the end. It's like, and there's all that glow in the dark stuff. It's so fun.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
Yeah.
Love it.
My wife came up to me yesterday about the frequency of the summer sleepovers with the girls. And she goes, starting to wear thin on you? I said, no, not at all. I love the summer sleepover, preferably when they sleep over their friend's house. But when they come to our house, I'm good with that as well, because that means they don't bother me. I am pro sleepover. I might run on that as a campaign platform.
Slumber party.
Yep. Exactly. All right. 2 stories that will infuriate you if you're America first. And by the way, Dawn, did you get one of these sweatshirts?
Yeah, I put one in your...
So where did these come from? Because this is actually going to lead us into the story. I think you have one. I have one, and they're personalized I'm going to try to show this. So it's got the the United States flag, and then it has my name stitched on it. And I believe, Dawn, you have the same one with your name.
Yes, and there's one for Greg Stocker. I don't know if there's one for Sean Farish.
Okay. And look at the back of it.
Yeah. It's beautiful.
It says Land of the Free, Home of the Brave, the Eagle, with the flag draped over it. So where did we get these from? Because we have a flag story coming up, and that's the reason I bring this up. We were on vacation last week. We come back, and we've got gifts.
Yes. Beautiful. So these were from the... I have to get my letter.
Oh, okay.
We had a lovely letter from
a listener.
Listener who sent these to us.
Okay.
I will find it for you, and I apologize.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, I have it.
Okay.
But I'll find it.
All right. Well, the point of bringing that up was clip 28, Phil. San Diego, go figure, San Diego County residents refused to take down their American flags after their HOA demanded they do so. And they started with threatening them to the tune of $100 fines. Let's go to clip 28, and then we'll dig into this story.
I'm not going to let them bully me with fines to take down the symbol of America.
No, flag isn't coming down. No, everybody had flags up, the whole community. But now the last 2 years, it's just slowly, one after another, everyone's flags have come down.
They revisit this again. If the policy stands, then I will be fined every month that my flag is up.
This flag represents freedom and sacrifice and blood that was shed for this country.
Cook says she's a direct descendant of revolutionaries. She wears a Daughters of the American Revolution tattoo. Her husband's father received a Purple Heart and Navy Cross for his sacrifice in World War II.
This is important, and people need to understand that they need to stand up for our country because there's too much at stake.
Residents say this debate with the HOA began 2 years ago. In part of an email explaining the policy in October of 2024, a board member identifies flying an American flag as essentially a political affiliative view.
I think that they don't like looking at my American flag.
The HOA board office was closed. When NBC7 called, the phone service did not include a voicemail option. In a more recent email to Cook, Dated May 8th, 2026, the Ambiance Owners Association wrote, "These restrictions are not meant as an inconvenience or an invasion of freedom, but rather as a means of maintaining harmony, continuity, and property value." Dave is doubling down. He's had a flag in the front of his home for 35 years. Instead of taking it down, he added a second in his backyard to this palm tree.
They're trying to tell me that the only way we could have one is not in the front or the side of the common property, but I can in my backyard.
Like Cook, Collins was urged to attend Tuesday's board meeting to make his case for displaying the American flag, or face a $100 fine.
For 35 years, that flag has been on that corner.
I should not have to argue about my freedoms to display the symbol of freedom in America.
No matter the outcome.
So it's California. It's the month of July. The reason I say that, because the previous month was June. I would just like to know, are you allowed to hold or hang a pride flag in the month of June during Pride Month in this development? If the answer is no, okay, at least there's consistency. I've lived in 2 or 3 HOA communities in my life, and they are sticklers for conformity and everything looking identical. Everybody's got the same blinds, the same door. Like, that's one of the downsides of some of those communities. But here's my pushback for this. First of all, I would say kind of F you. The United States flag should be like a non issue whatsoever.
Agreed.
But here's where I would literally stick it to the HOA. If you could afford to live in a beautiful stucco home, if you were watching on YouTube, those were stucco houses. Hopefully they're not starting to rot. Some stucco can go bad. That on top of living in San Diego, super expensive, and afford the HOA, which I'm going to guess is a couple $100 a month. Keep finding me. Find me until your head explodes. $100 a month?
You're going to lose this battle, though, because you
knew what you signed up for. Right. I get it. But it's $1,200 a year. Now, if the fines start to escalate, you might want to either not renew your lease or sell your home if you bought it. But I'm guessing, Dawn, probably no legal recourse even for the American flag here, unless there's something in the when you sign the lease or the mortgage and you fill out the HOA and you're like, yeah, okay, grass, snow, blah blah blah, I got it, tennis courts, pool, maintenance. Unless there's something that says American flag. Could this be argued in court? Unless it literally says no flags whatsoever of any kind, and perhaps even including the United States flag. If you have the means to live there, you probably have the means to get a good attorney. And if you want to fight this, I'd support these people. I don't know if they'll win. I'd like to see what the language looks like and what they signed up for. But how petty is that? The United States flag you can't have up. Yeah, it's not like your favorite. It's not like they have a San Diego Chargers flag up or something else. I mean, it's the United States of America, for God's sakes.
This is why I'll never live in an HOA.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
And I get the appeal, right? It's clean. There's the rules apply to everybody, so everyone's got to play by them, and curb appeal, and the neighborhood's safe. And I get it. I totally get why some people would live there, but I have an
update.
What?
Yeah.
The Homeowners Association is now pausing this flag policy because of people, the backlash.
Freedom, baby. Freedom wins again. Okay?
Common sense prevails.
There it is.
Yes.
So they're back.
Freedom wins again. This is right here why I will never live in one of these communities.
Right.
Okay?
The fact that you haven't even fight about that. Yeah.
Will
Good for them.
try.
Yeah.
They will try. And if you do lay down and pay the fine, they win. If you stand up, sometimes they lose. Not all of them would do this.
Right.
But here's the thing. When I used to sell DirecTV and I would get people, I would have to qualify them if I'm talking to somebody, hey, how much you pay for cable? They give me this number. And then I have to ask, do you live in a house? Do you live in a condo? Do you live in an apartment? Because that determined whether or not we would be able to put the dish up.
Right.
Oh, I own my home. Oh, okay. No problem. That's great. This is satellite TV, sir. Oh, I can't do that. Well, I thought you said you owned your home. I do. So then how come you can't put a dish on your roof? Because I live in an HOA.
Yep.
What is an HOA? It's a homeowners association. You folks, I don't understand. I get why people live there, but my biggest issue is like, if I own my home on the property that it sits on, I could do whatever the hell I want. If I want to paint my door pink, I should be allowed. No, you have to get approval for that. Well, then you don't own your home. then you quite frankly don't own anything about it. I want to put in a pool. Oh, you need to get permission from the HOA. I want to put in a deck. I want to, you got to get permission from the HOA. I want to change this. You got to get permission for what? They didn't buy it. I bought it. It's my house, not their house. So for me, I will never, ever, ever live in one of these places. And I know you take the risk of having some bad neighbors that maybe are a little bit of a mess, and things of that nature. But I want this is America. Okay. And if I want to put up an American flag or a Trump flag or, I hate Nick Kayal's feet flag, I want the right. I want the right. I have the right. I reserve the right to do that on my property, so long as it's not violating the law. Right. Not your stupid little HOA contract where some Karen with a clipboard can come over and say, well, I don't like the way this looks from the curb appeal. I'm going to find you. There is, and by the way, you're going to find me for the American flag. You come take it down. Yeah. Okay. Right. And the minute you drive away, it's going right back up the flagpole. Yep. That's the way I would have played. This is why I will never live in a community like this. And I'm not saying that they're all like it, because they're not all like that. There are some HOAs that are very lax. There are other ones where it's like, we were knocking doors for the sheriff campaign. Oh, I live in an HOA. I can't put a lawn sign out. You can't put a lawn sign out for the candidate who you're supporting in an election?
Well, that's what I was just going to ask you guys. Like, where do we draw the line with this slippery slope? You're going to try to protest the display of the American flag, and you're going to cite conformity and blah, 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 blah. So what's next? We can't do Christmas lights? Do the Christmas lights have to be all white or gold? Can we do the different colored Christmas lights where they're green and they're blue and they're red? Can we put little Easter bunnies out towards our front of our flower pots when it's Easter time, right? And I didn't even think about political signs. I could clearly see people's heads exploding over, a Trump sign in a yard, or nobody saying a hoot about a Biden-Harris sign down at 127 at the end of the cul-de-sac. So, Dawn, did you have any other details of this?
So a couple of things. The board is going to put it to the entire community. Residents will vote on this issue.
This is in San Diego, so they can count the votes for a long time.
Right, it'll take 3 weeks to get the results.
So the Amy Cook, who I think you had, was quoted in the story. So they put up a GoFundMe. Apparently, there's a podcast, HOA Hell.
Sean Farish hosts that.
But I will say this on the other side. I'll just try to give the other side of the story. The HOA is saying they do have their rules, and the rules are because some people, let's say they collect, they collect gnomes, and somebody has like 1,000 gnomes on their, on the common area because they have common areas.
Right.
And so they've said, we have these rules to protect from that. Some things are, deemed obnoxious.
A garden gnome infestation is a little different than the American flag, right? And so like if a Karen has a problem with someone who's putting hundreds of gnomes out, fine, that's ugly. Okay.
Yep.
The American flag, if you're going to target that,
right,
you are the problem, not the neighbor.
Now, do you think
not the person?
How do you think this is going to play out, though? Keep in mind the venue and the setting. It's San Diego, California. Yep. I think it's going to be a closer vote than we would probably expect.
I mean, it depends on the mail-in ballots, Nick. You know this.
Because what they're saying is there are places on your condo that you could proudly display your American flag. They're flying it over the garage area, which is known as a common area. So in the HOA, what the board put out a statement and said, we just, in a quote unquote common area.
Right. This is communism. I hope you understand this.
Yeah.
This is communism.
And I know, Dawn,
how is my garage a common area
Right.
for the rest of the night. It's my garage.
Right. Well,
it's not our garage. If I get my garage renovated,
yeah,
does the entire neighborhood chip in?
Well, and
No.
then think
So,
about this logic.
It's not a common area.
My
area.
Your common. If you're going to say the garage out front is common area because it can be seen by many, well, in theory, if you live in a HOA with a bunch of homes that have a front back and there's a little yard or some trees, and then you can see, like in my development, I live on a golf course, but I don't live where I go out on my deck and see a golf hole. I see other homes. 20 yards.
Right.
We're separated by kind of a small backyard, a tree line thing, some mulch. But I can
nice community you live in there, Nick. By the way,
well, I'm also paid by the Jews.
But it's a nice community. It only took me like 5 hours to get there with the stoned Uber driver. But it's very nice.
You saw it once you arrived and finally made it to your destination. But
little spot there.
So like, there's 10 houses behind me. They could all see the back of my deck. So I don't understand the front being common, but the back not being common. I mean, there's people back there. They could see what I'm grilling. They could listen and hear what music I'm playing. If I'm sitting on the deck, having a beer, listening to my playlist.
You can't see it from the curb, I guess, is the whole thing, is like curb appeal.
See, this is the point of stupidity, right? Like, come on.
This is ridiculous. And you have the nerve to say that my garage is a common area? No, it's not. No. Because if your big ass is on my driveway,
you're on my property,
and I asked you to move,
right?
You're on my property. You're trespassing. It ain't no. I'm in front of your garage. It's a common area.
Right?
No, no.
We're not talking about
area. It's my area.
We're not talking about the development's tennis court, which is the common where anybody can go onto and play and get exercise.
Exactly.
Right.
But can I just say one thing?
Ridiculous.
Yep.
Think about this.
Mm-hmm.
When you're driving through a neighborhood or anywhere and you see an American flag, so a lot of Trump supporters, we might not put a Trump sign unless you're Sarah. Sarah has all the Trump stuff. But besides Sarah
House is like Bucks County, Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah. But Republicans, what is the sign for being sometimes MAGA?
American flag.
The American flag.
Right.
And so Democrats will have, what will they have? No kings or something, whatever.
Yep.
But so
trans flag.
BLM.
Yes. All those other things.
Right.
For Republicans and or Trump supporters, MAGA supporters, when I see that American flag, I know that person is most likely a Trump supporter.
And that's nobody's fault but the left's.
Right.
They're the ones who decide they hate the flag.
Right.
And they're not
patriotic.
patriotic.
Still the flag of our country.
Sure.
Right? I know you're not arguing to the contrary.
Yeah.
I'm just putting more, it's the flag of our country. So whether or not that's code, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I agree with you. When we're out knocking on doors, if there's a house that's not on our knock list, but it has an American flag, I knock because I'm like, probably a Republican, just not on the list. Maybe they don't vote often, right? But let me go talk to them anyway, right? So, but that's nobody's fault but the left's.
Yeah, because we've seen over
deciding they don't like that flag.
Over the last 25, 30 years, we've given you all the data points about pride in America. It's the Democrats that have gone from like 80% proud to be American to 25%. Republicans are still steady around 90%. Don't blame us for that. That's it. That's a you problem that you all of a sudden hate the country over the last quarter century.
Oligarchy.
It's unbelievable. All right, we have to come back 9 o'clock hour. We have Fight Club on the way. And speaking of American patriotism, the other story, did this man deserve to get fired? A train conductor in Chattanooga, Tennessee has been fired after he told... What's that?
The Noogie, Chattanooga.
Oh,
that's what they call it here.
Oh, okay.
I'm just kidding. No, they don't. I just made that up.
All right. So either way, you would have had me there. I did not know. But he told passengers on July 4th, quote, "Welcome to the greatest country on the face of the planet. Aww. And if you disagree, you can leave." He was fired for saying that. Is that the right call? Fourth hour. Next.
Speaking of patriotism, you know my guys by now. Marvin E. Cans, Heating and Air Conditioning, veteran founded. and they truly do live by the motto of freedom is not free. Supporters of our Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon, AC season, it's here. You got to call my guys, Marvin E. Cans, for your AC tune-up. But if you do need new equipment, Marvin E. Cans will donate $100 to the Travis Manion Foundation, $100 to TMF, to Travis Manion Foundation for every new installation. Proud installers of Train. It's hard to stop a train. TRANE. Just go to marvinecans.com, marvinekanze.com, marvinecans.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
When it comes to avoiding roofing problems this summer, go with the real deal. Impriano Roofing, Siding, Windows, and Doors. Family owned and operated for over 50 years. One of the only roofing companies still run by the original family. They're the experts in the industry, no comparison. And Jack Impriano stands behind every job 100%. Experience, integrity, that's the real deal. Call 610-644-4444 for your free estimate today. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
There's nothing simple about choosing an engagement ring. Most people don't know where to start. That's why they turn to Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton. JR will walk you through every step. Diamonds, settings, styles, and how to choose what actually fits their budget and their partner. There's no pressure and no confusion. Just straightforward guidance and a wide selection to compare with confidence. The goal is simple. Leave knowing you made the right decision. Family & Company Jewelers in Marlton, New Jersey. South Jersey's diamond destination.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios, powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, that's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. BABBEL.com.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote's same-day coverage, there was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Hit the road this season to watch the birds. Book your road trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, and London. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly. The official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
The intense July heat is here, and Philadelphia humidity is peaking. Don't wait for your energy bills to skyrocket before realizing your windows are failing. Call the pros at Window Nation now. Right now, you can get 50% off all window styles plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 years. Get the energy-efficient windows from Window Nation installed in 1 day or less without the hassle. Beat the heat, protect your home, and start saving today. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at WindowNation.com.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Oh yeah, 9:07 Kayal and Company as we are live on a Wednesday morning. Final hour brought to you by Crystal Cave Park for a fun summer attraction. Visit nearby Crystal Cave Park, Kutztown, Pennsylvania. Always a cool 54 degrees when you are amongst the stalactites and the stalagmites. Sean Farish, remember, stalactites up top, stalagmites on the bottom, right?
That's right. Stalactites come from the top, and stalagmites come from the bottom. You look at the stalactite. I have the biggest stalactite in the history of the world. It's a huge stalactite. They say, sir, we've never seen a stalactite that big before, sir. What a beautiful cave you have. What a beautiful stalagmite. Nobody's ever. They call it spelunking when you
spelunking. That's right.
When you explore a cave, it's called spelunking.
Yeah,
right?
You're right.
Think about it.
Yeah. So Bruce Wayne was trying to do in The Dark Knight. Remember that scene?
Twinkle, twinkle, little star. How I wonder what you are. Oligarchy. As we take down the patriarchy and we fight the oligarchy. Oligarchy.
Exactly what he said. And in the meantime, visit crystalcavepa.com, the coolest summer attraction. All right. One of the biggest attractions that we do is Fight Club. That's coming up in a few moments. But just to continue, the second story about being America first here on the cut sheet, we gave you the San Diego County residents that are fighting for their right to have the American flag on the front of their porch in an HOA. And Dawn gave us the update as they are winning temporarily, it looks like. But how about this guy? Train conductor in Chattanooga, Tennessee, fired after he told passengers on the 4th of July, welcome to the greatest country on the face of the planet. And if you disagree, you can leave. I actually tweeted the same thing on Saturday. I have not been fired yet, but that could change when Stalker gets back from vacation. You never know. All right, clip 26. Let's hear more details on this story.
To the very, very few Americans in here, happy Independence Day.
Hold on a second. I just want to make sure I understood what he said there in the beginning. If we can, let's re-rack that here. It sounded like he said to the very few Americans that are here. That could be an issue, but I want to make sure I heard that correct. Let's roll this again. I'm sorry.
To To the very, very few Americans in here, happy Independence Day. To the rest of you, welcome to the greatest country on the face of the planet. And if you disagree, you can leave.
I kept thinking the company needs to know about this because he was the only one on there representing the company.
Charles sent the video to Carta. Carta says they fired the part-time conductor who made the comments that same day.
I want to make sure that they say something to the operator at a minimum so that it doesn't ruin the trip for everyone else.
In a statement, Carta apologized to all the passengers who experienced this, watched the video, and, quote, felt its sting. Going on to say we have zero tolerance for language that demeans or excludes anyone who rides with us. A person claiming to be the conductor in that video commented on Facebook saying there were maybe 5 Americans out of 40 people on that car. When we reached out to him, he said he didn't feel like his comments were xenophobic or racist. And if you don't believe making this country great, why are you here?
I just want this incline to be an enjoyable experience, for everyone riding and for everyone, like my dad said, for everyone to feel welcome in our country.
The problem is he spoke out on behalf of a company that he does not own, right? Mm-hmm. Like, if that was his business, it's his right to say that. And by the way, that's Lookout Mountain in Chattanooga. I've actually been atop that for a family function 2019 or 2020. I was scared to death going up the mountain. I'm scared of heights. My stomach was ready to, I was in the back seat of the vehicle. I swear to God, Dawn. Kristen's driving. The girls are in the back seat, and I'm bent over, ready to vomit because I could feel the elevation change. And that's why I don't do roller coasters. But, you can't sit there and say, for what looks to be the very few Americans that we have here on this ride. And then, if he would have just said, welcome to the greatest country on earth, I don't think anybody would have an issue with that. But then when he said, if you don't agree, you can leave. Remember go back to the big take today, Charlie Kirk trial, the Tyler Robinson trial. Mm-hmm. Remember when the great humans went to a Staples and they wanted to get vigils printed on poster board for Charlie Kirk's vigil, and that woke, stupid Staples employee was like, that's political messaging. We can't. And they got fired. I think the same rule of thumb applies here, right?
I think, Sean, this is your state now.
Yeah.
You should, I'll wait for Sean.
Go ahead, Sean.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. You know what? I think you mentioned, he's speaking out about a company or speaking out on behalf of a company that he doesn't own. So that's part of the issue. Michael Jordan famously said Republicans buy sneakers too. Mm-hmm. Obviously, if you're providing the service that they're providing here, this train, whatever, everybody's money should be welcome, right?
If you want to have a good business,
Sure. I get wanting to express your patriotism. I think the area, if he had kept it to welcome to the greatest country on earth, happy Independence Day, no issue.
Yep.
I think the reason why he got fired was because he said of the few Americans that are here, that's not nice. It's funny, but it's not nice. And if you don't like the country, leave, which I also agree with. But if you're doing it on the clock on behalf of a company where, again, everybody's money, whether you're from Ethiopia or you're from the United States, if you're paying in US dollars, your money is welcome. If I'm the business owner, I don't want somebody alienating customers,
right?
So you got to watch it. There's a way to say something when you're in uniform. And then there are ways not to say something when you're in uniform. When I worked for Sherwin-Williams and I was in the store, I knew that if I'm wearing the Sherwin-Williams shirt, I can't tell people I don't want their business or demean customers or things of that nature. I can't, if I saw somebody come into the store with a mask on or something, be like, well, you're so stupid for wearing that mask. I don't want your money. I would have gotten fired,
Right.
So I don't think this was an unjust firing, to be honest with you. I don't.
Really?
I think it's up to the discretion of the employer. And the employer decided that this guy was conducting himself in such a way that it may diminish business. He has every right to remove him. I don't disagree with what the guy said. I think where it is I disagree with when and where. There's a time and place.
Right.
And when you're in uniform at your job, that is not the time or place. if you're making a statement on behalf of a company, as you said, Nick, that you don't own.
Right.
So he's pushing back. He says that he's very patriotic, and this happened on Independence Day, and he wanted to celebrate with his fellow Americans, native or non-native, he said.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, I truly believe that we are the greatest country on earth. My statement about if you don't like the country and don't believe we are the best, then you can leave. He said that's a freedom of the USA that many other countries do not have.
Mm-hmm.
He said it's not racist or xenophobic to say such a thing. If you don't believe in making the country better, why are you here?
Right.
So
he's right. All of that is
that's
right.
what he was saying.
That's great. But that's a personal opinion.
Right.
And it's not about, I see if I'm the owner of the company, I sit this guy down and go, listen, I don't think you're a racist. I don't think you're a xenophobe. I think you're bad for business.
Right.
And
correct.
that's why you're gone.
Yeah.
That's it.
And oh, by the
You
way,
know?
too, that might be your free speech, but you don't have free speech to say what you want carte blanche at my expense, right?
Free speech is not the same thing as speech without consequences.
Correct.
And so because again, the First Amendment says Congress shall make no law. It does not say an employer shall fire no conductor. Okay, for saying things, right? So that's I'm not saying that I disagree with the comments. I'm saying that I agree with I agree with the employer that they have the right to fire somebody if they think they're bad for business.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Right.
You know, I don't want to see the guy fired.
Right.
But the guy wouldn't be fired if he didn't make a personal statement on company time.
Right. You don't set the company policy as a part-time employee, for my operation. I mean, just think
if I'm the owner of a company and I have an employee who I think is costing me dollars, they're getting fired.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I don't care what side of the aisle they're on.
1,000%.
Doesn't matter.
I agree.
Yeah, I thought maybe he was just joking around.
It did sound kind of tongue-in-cheekish. I don't disagree.
And in that case, and that's fine if it's a joke. But if your joke costs me money,
right? If it doesn't land with everybody,
I'm looking at it like this. It's this simple: wins and losses. If your statement is helping my business win, then you stay. If your statement is contributing to my business taking a loss, then you go. Right? Now, that's not to say that that maybe he doesn't get fired and more people go to this thing. I think that if the employer believes that this guy is a net negative on his bottom line, he has every right to fire the employee. Every right to fire the employee, and that's it. I'm not saying I disagree with the employee. A lot of people are going to get it twisted. I thought you were a patriot. I am a patriot. I agree with everything the guy said. Love it or leave it. If you're coming here, you should appreciate it. The whole 9 yards is the greatest country in the world. 1,000%. You have to be careful when you're at work.
Yeah.
If you are being viewed by your employer as a bad reflection on the business,
you're
liable to get fired.
You know how many times I've worked for my mother-in-law in a summer on a concession stand at an event like Music Fest, and I got a little mouthy with some customer that was making life way too difficult for me, and she comes up to me and she's like, "You can't say that. It's my business. Now put a smile on your face, you jerk."
Fair is fair.
There you go. And then I say, "Make
Fair is
America
fair.
great again," and I piss my mother-in-law off. I tell her Trump's going to win the election, and then she goes to the back. All right, 9:19. Let's get to a Wednesday edition of Fight Club.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you see that in the air? It's the HOA Karen drone. Yes, swooping down and saying, anybody caught listening to Kayal and Company on their back decks will be fined $200. Failure to comply with this rule will result in an eviction. So, since you're going to be evicted anyway, let's listen to Kayal and Company Fight Club on this Wednesday. Brought to you by the Donald Trump Children's Books. Yes, making children's books great again. And fights equal ratings.
All right, I believe we have a...
No improv.
That wasn't...
Oh, wait. Yes.
I'm not looking for a fight, but if you want one, you came to the right place.
Hey, man, you just gonna knock the F out, man. We're gonna knock you out.
Jimmy Kelly.
Knock that Karen drone right out of the sky.
I gotta say, Jimmy Kelly
Jimmy.
doing a pretty good job this week. There's been very few hiccups or glitches. The Fight Club introductions live on the fly.
The Fight Club intros have been ad-lib.
Yes, they have. And you're not reading from a prepared statement.
Those have been on fire, Jimmy. Those have been so good. For the last couple of months with these new improvised intros, they're so good.
Right. Improvised Fight Club intro from Jim Kelly, brought to you by the Karen drone.
And the reason why he's not doing the prepared statement and reading from one, because that would require Jimmy Kelly to pull out the magnifying glass, right? And have to look at the script.
Yeah.
We ought to film you.
But if you're looking for one, you come to the right place.
I cannot find that magnifying glass anywhere.
Yeah, where did that go?
That I have no idea. It has just disappeared.
You looked like a detective from a TV show in the 70s with that back in the day.
Sherlock Holmes?
Yeah, Sherlock Kelly.
I've had that thing here for about 25 years, and I don't know where it is.
Exactly.
It's gone.
Yeah.
If anybody finds a white magnifier, possibly white.
Right. Possibly white.
A magnifying glass, possibly white.
Hold on,
it belongs to me.
Possibly white.
All right. So Phil has told me that this is a Gary Stam submission from the ever-expanding voluminous files known as the Stam submissions, where it looks like we have an all-out Donnybrook right in the middle of a street. This is probably 10:30, 11 o'clock at night. We've got fat people. We've got people wearing way too tight clothing. Look, I've put on some weight, okay? I can admit that. But I don't go walking around in skin-tight golf polos and golf shirts.
You just wear flip-flops like a slob.
Right, but my feet are not fat, right? Like that's
Your
the
feet
one,
are disgusting.
It's the one place
Your
where I
feet are
haven't put on any weight, right? Head's gotten bigger, man boobs are starting to perk up. Got a little bit of a jig, a little bit of a Prisker here, right?
He's got that spare tire.
Right. But the toes are still, they're still just skin, bone, and some random collection of hair. Yeah. But anyway, enough about my feet. Let's watch a fight. Roll it, Phil.
We're live with the Urban Camper downtown, where everybody's fight night. It's going on. You're live with the Urban Camper, and it is going down.
This guy's doing play-by-play.
Yeah, Urban Camper.
Yep.
Urban Camper.
Just keep talking about it. Come on.
You're fighting Robin.
Broadcast it.
But unfortunately, ain't going to be over, so I'm going to have to get my stuff.
This is like an adult takeover.
Oh,
look at the wings on that girl.
Round 3.
Uh-huh.
Oh, from the back.
Yeah, the rabbit punch. There's Weird Al Yankovic. Oh, he got dropped. Yeah. Look at this. Now look at that girl in the short shorts. Come on. Oh, he's down again.
Down he goes again.
That's 3 in one fight.
Yeah, he got knocked down 3 times.
Yeah, there's no standing. Yeah.
Hold on, there's another fight. 16 fights.
This is good.
Yeah.
This is long.
This is the ideal fight. 90 seconds in duration. Commentary.
Satellite fights.
Yep, we've got the guy broadcasting. Good camera work.
Pretty good.
We've got spillage. We've got sloppage.
There's too many fights to cover.
Yeah, there is too many fights to cover. Yeah. That's solid.
Yeah.
Good work out of Gary
good.
Stam. Yeah.
Nice job, Gary Stam.
That's right. We knew who
I may
submitted
reward
it.
you, Gary, tomorrow with the red flannel again.
Wow.
Gary doesn't like when I wear the blue flannel.
No? Wow.
He says the red is my color.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I like the blue the best.
You don't sweat wearing that?
I don't sweat wearing that. No,
Really?
because I don't abide by the Mamdani rule in terms of 78 degrees. We have it at a nice 68 right now.
Yeah, I've got the studio AC at 69.
Oof.
Yeah,
nice.
Dom always puts it up to like 73. I got to come in here every morning and turn it down. Yeah,
We sleep at at 67. The old 6-7, right? We sleep at it.
6-7. Yeah, I think Dom thinks he's in Alaska. He's always, he runs in jeans. He's always drinking hot tea, and the studio's like a balmy 74. Is Dom aware that it's
74,
is Dom aware that it's
what are you
July?
doing, Dom?
I'm gonna have to talk to Dom about that. Get Dom on the line,
Dominic.
Jimmy. I'm gonna find out what's going on with him. All right, we'll come back. We have a lot to get to, and also if we end the cut sheet a tad early, it's because I want to get to this story. I can't believe this is a thing. I told you there was a story about woke schools. I'm just going to give you the headline as a little bit of a tease. Maybe we'll spend the final segment on that before we get to music and the big three. Woke activists are pushing for, quote, black English to be taught in Democrat states' preschools to combat harmful language hierarchies. This is not like the Babylon Bee. Swear to God, true story. Details coming up, more of the cut sheet next. Stay right there.
Eric was way behind on his taxes.
I owed a lot of money to the IRS, almost $15,000.
Eric called Optima Tax Relief.
When Optima Tax got involved, the calls would stop, the threats would stop. It was easy like 1, 2, 3.
Optima Tax Relief took care of Eric's problem.
And now my debt is clean. I don't owe anything.
Call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2026 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
You know what I don't like? Paying for something twice. I can't stand that. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. That's why when it comes to your roof, siding, doors, and windows, there's only one call you should make, and that's to my guys at Emmons Roofing and Siding. Emmons is a platinum Owens Corning contractor, which means that Owens Corning backs not just the shingles, but the workmanship as well for life. That's right, for life. Roofing, siding, windows, doors, residential or commercial, done right the first time, every time. Go to emmonsroofing.com.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Man, I love this place. I've been surfing here since I was a kid. Now, seeing my grandson out on the water, it means everything to me. Watching him and taking in the blue waves, the sea breeze, the blurry horizon.
If you have geographic atrophy, or GA, subtle changes in vision could mean it's progressing toward irreversible vision loss. Izervay is proven to slow GA progression and could help preserve your vision for longer, so you may keep seeing the world around you. Izervay, or avacincaptad pegol, is an eye injection. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may cause blood in the white of the eye, blurred vision, or a temporary increase in eye pressure. Do not drive or use machinery until vision has recovered after an eye injection or exam. Ask your retina specialist how you can slow your GA with Izervay. To learn more, call 1-855-IZERVAY or go to izervay.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
A well-organized home isn't a luxury, it's a practical upgrade. Closet Factory designs and installs custom storage for closets, pantries, garages, and home offices, built to fit your space and your needs. You'll work with a designer, choose the look, and get professional installation, so the project stays simple and the results last. Start with a free design consultation at closetfactory.com. That's closetfactory.com.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCullough'sAutorepair.com.
At Uline,
They know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Veterans and active duty service members, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
Anthony Gambone and Denise Gambone from Royersford, Pennsylvania. With the market near record highs, now's the time to become part of the Crash Proof family.
You're guaranteed to not lose any principal, and you're cheering the stock market to go up because it means you make more money.
That's the beauty of the Crash Proof system. I've made money and I haven't paid for anything. You secure your nest egg, then it's compounded the next year. There is real growth.
Since Tony and I came to Crash Proof Retirement, we have made a substantial amount of money. And if you live in the Limerick, Linfield, Phoenixville area, come out to the Crash Proof event at the Copperfield Inn. You will not be disappointed to see what Crash Proof Retirement has to offer.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Copperfield Inn on Wednesday, July 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
9:32 as we continue Kayal and Company here on a very busy Wednesday. We have Today in Music History in about 20 minutes. The Big Three, followed by The Dawn Show. Dawn will have a huge guest coming up at 10:15, so stay tuned for that. This segment brought to you by the Piazza Auto Group. Explore special offers on the Mercedes-Benz GLC SUV, the GLE SUV, and the S-Class sedan during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration going on now at Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. A couple of more here on the cut sheet. And by the way, 30 years ago last night, one of the greatest moments, perhaps in the history of America. What are we talking about? We'll tell you in just a moment. But I do want to play this. I thought this was interesting. One of the big stories, probably short of the Trump stuff with Iran and everything going on with NATO, is the Graham Plattner story. And one of my favorite guys on Fox News is Will Cain, former sports guy, former ESPN guy, conservative, who said, "Yeah, I'm done with sports. Enough is enough. I'm going to talk about other things that are more important, that I'm actually able to voice my opinion on." Kind of the same path that I took, although Will Cain's bank account has always been bigger. Will Cain, very smart, very savvy, very sarcastic as well. He got into a debate. Phil, this was clip 46. He had his buddy Stephen A. Smith, who's been all over the world right now with politics and political opinions. And they got into a sparring match on Graham Plattner and the state of the Democrat Party. Let's roll clip 46.
We've well litigated the issues one by one when it comes to President Donald Trump. The issue is the Democrats have told us now for years, Stephen A., that they are the moral high ground, that believe all women, that they are the ones holding us back to our oh so valued norms. And yet here now, they sold them all out in one candidate. With one candidate, they showed us that that was nothing but a posture. It was fake. It was all embodied in one man with a Nazi tattoo on his chest. And yes, politics is about power, but what we learned here with the Democrats is they're perfectly willing to be absolute frauds in pursuit of that power.
Well, wow, Will, I mean, my goodness, you gonna fall out your chair with shock? I mean, you know, this is how they do. I mean, there's no question about it. You're right. You're right. I'm just saying the same things that you could say about them, you could say about the other side. I'm not getting into the veracity of the accusations and allegations that have been thrown at our president or anybody else. I'm simply pointing to what this story is about. The story is about allegations, accusations, him categorically denying it, but us saying those allegations alone are serious enough for Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren and others to have reached the conclusion that he should step aside. And
I think the point, though, Stephen A., is they should have gotten there sooner.
That's all I'm saying.
That's right.
That's what I'm saying.
That's right.
Yeah. And you know, Sean, I was thinking about this. When you think about the whole Plattner situation, don't you think if you're just to remove the awful elements, and there's a litany of elements that are awful about this guy, and put aside the allegations, if you think about it, Plattner, can't you argue that he has the leverage here, right? Like, he won the primary, the main voters, and I'll take it a step further. I think we're at a point in politics where each side hates the other side so much that they don't care that their side could be guilty of or complicit in anything. Now, that's not to say it's a blanket, universal, sweeping statement, but I bet you if you were to poll Maine voters again and say, hey, in light of these new allegations, would you still nominate Graham Plattner to be your nominee? I think maybe the percentage might go down a little bit, but I still think he would emerge victorious. I don't think a majority of voters care about baggage of a politician. They care about results. Would you agree?
73% of the vote, voted for 73% voted for Graham Plattner.
And I think this, if they did it again, I would say it'd be 61%. I think he still would win.
Maybe it's only 52%.
That's all he would need.
The woman who accused him of these things said she waited so long because she agreed with his politics.
Right.
Okay. These voters don't care. And I have to say this again. Due process, innocent until proven guilty. I'm not saying he didn't do it. I'm saying he hasn't been proven guilty.
Yeah.
I think Graham Plattner's getting a raw deal. He should stay in the race. Stay in the race, Graham. I'm kind of halfway trolling. I think he's a creep. I think he's a creep, and I think it is a big problem.
I think he's a bad person.
But, you know,
I'll take it a step further. Like when the left or people, my friends or family members, try to shame me for supporting Trump, I sit there and I say, you can try to shame me all you want. I love the guy's policies, and I'm not changing my stance on that. I agree with you. Trump's not the most noble human being to ever live, and I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I love his policies. That's what I'm voting for. I'm not voting for the character or the integrity or whatever he may lack. I'm voting for, I want closed borders. I want a good economy. I want low crime. I want free speech, the marketplace, everything that the MAGA platform is. That's what I want for this country. So you're not going to shame me out of my vote just because he's not the man of the year. I don't care about that stuff. I don't look for these people to be, if a politician is your role model and idol, you're probably looking down the wrong avenue, right? Athletes, politicians, entertainers. I tell my daughters, Taylor Swift's not your role model. Your parents should be your role model, right? So,
right.
Like, you shame me all you want. You're not going to guilt me into voting differently. Not going to happen. So there you go. All right, quick break. We got to pay a couple of bills because we're behind. Dawn's got a big guest coming up. We'll tell you about that. We'll come back, wrap up the cut sheet. Big three today in music history. Dawn Show, 20 minutes out. Stay there.
This is the sound of Lucy, staying on top of her spending. You see, even though she's buying a new pair of jeans, she knows that it fits within her monthly budget. Because Wells Fargo will send an alert if her balance drops below her set amount. Yep. Nothing gets past Lucy, or Wells Fargo for that matter. However you make money work, Wells Fargo can work with that.
Wells Fargo Bank, N.A., member FDIC.
A message from Bradford White Water Heaters. How you heat your water matters, and you do have a choice. So choose efficiency, choose reliability, choose innovation. Choose a water heater that's manufactured in America using the finest components from around the world. Choose Bradford White. Still is and always will be built to be the best. So make the right choice. Ask your plumbing professional to install a Bradford White water heater in your home or business. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free. I come from a land of love.
Get ready for Men at Work.
You better run, you better take cover.
And Toad the Wet Sprocket. Live in concert.
Be this close.
Friday, July 31st, Event Center at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa.
Walk on the ocean.
Get tickets now at theborgata.com. Don't miss Men at Work and Toad the Wet Sprocket.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Any appliance retailer can say they offer the lowest prices and claim they deliver the best customer experience. But how do they hold themselves accountable? At National Appliance Warehouse, we use Price Assure to guarantee we're honoring our lowest price promise. We'll expertly help you navigate over 100 brands on display to ensure you select the perfect appliances, treating you like friends or family throughout. And within 24 hours of our skilled professionals delivering and installing your appliances, a National Appliance Warehouse associate will call to make sure you're happy. If your other appliance retailer didn't do that, it might be time to switch to National Appliance Warehouse.
The 4th of July mega sale is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Save 41% on select GE appliances. Browse an unmatched collection of GE, Cafe, GE Profile, and Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
This year, America celebrates 250 years, 2.5 centuries of courage, sacrifice, and family stories passed down from one generation to the next. Hi, I'm Nick Mako.
And I'm Adam Baselogger, founders of Legacy Box. Your family's piece of the American story is sitting in an attic or closet right now, trapped on aging VHS tapes, camcorder tapes, film reels, and fading photos.
Those boxes hold moments you can never recreate. Your wedding day, your children's voices when they were little, grandparents coming back to life on screen.
Over 2 million families have trusted Legacy Box. And we've just partnered with the USO to digitize fragile handwritten letters from World War II, helping preserve American history for future generations.
As America turns 250, remember that your family is a part of the American story. Preserving those voices, faces, and moments is a part of your responsibility to the next generation. Don't let them disappear on your watch.
Visit legacybox.com/radio for our amazing America 250 sale. That's legacybox.com/radio to save.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off, They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flowertown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable undeniable difference. Newtown Square and Flowertown showrooms or visit dkappliances.com. Life doesn't slow down, and planning your financial future can feel overwhelming. That's where Monastra Financial Group comes in. Whether you're preparing for retirement, managing a 401k, or protecting what matters most, their team offers personalized guidance built around you. With a straightforward approach, they help turn complex decisions into clear, confident steps forward. Take control of your financial future today. Text Mike Monastra at 484-471-4879. That's 484-471-4879.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, 9:45, winding the cut sheet down on a Wednesday. Nick, Dawn, and Sean today in music history. Coming up in just a few moments, Dawn's Big Three, and then the Dawn Show coming up top of the hour. And Dawn, do you want to reveal or tease who is going to be joining you 30 minutes from now?
Yes, so we have Secretary Scott Turner, his trip to Pennsylvania.
HUD!
Yeah, HUD,
Housing
baby.
and Urban Development.
He'll be here right at 10:15.
Okay, love it.
So here's my really deep tease. We love to tease about the deep tease.
Yeah, go deeper.
My deep tease, just for you, Sean Farish, is the Pokemon card. So tomorrow morning, when we begin right at 6 a.m., we will reveal and have all these new deets from the local story about the Pokemon card worth $24K.
We start at 6 a.m.
Okay?
Tomorrow, yes.
Tomorrow morning.
This is like almost. This is a like 21-hour radio tease.
That's deep.
Nobody's ever seen anything longer.
Nobody's ever. No, there's only one thing that's longer. There's only one thing that's longer and bigger than that, and we all know what we're talking about, right?
That's right. Oh, we're talking about Hulk Hogan's 24-inch pythons, right? Oh, maybe not, but actually that's where we'll go. Dan Borowski and I were texting last night, and we were texting about the 30-year anniversary of a cultural moment that happened 30 years ago last night. I'll tell you about that in a second, but to set it up and to tease you with that, let's go back to just about 2 years ago at this time. And I think about a year ago, unfortunately, Hulk Hogan passed away. But you might recall this around this time in 2024 at the RNC. Roll it.
When they took a shot at my hero and they tried to kill the next president of the United States, enough was enough. And I said, let Trumpomania run wild, brother. Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again. As an entertainer.
I tell you what, I love that moment. Trump is giggling like a little kid at Trump Taj Mahal in 1985 as they're hosting the first WrestleMania with Hulk Hogan. I'll never forget that night. I'm at my townhouse. We're getting ready to go to the new house. I'm watching it with Kristen, and she looks over. She goes, "You going to be okay?" The hair was standing up on my arms. I had goosebumps. Dare I say, peak arousal, absolute moisture in the moment. Seeing my life come full circle as my guy Hulk Hogan rips off a Hogan shirt, only to have a Trump Vance shirt underneath. And you might say, Nick, okay, well, why are we playing that? Well, because last night, yes, I was honking my hedgehog, and I honked it pretty good that night. And last night was the 30-year anniversary for guys like Dan Borowski, myself, Sean Farish. You're a wrestling guy. And I get it, maybe the audience not into wrestling anymore. You've grown up. Some of us have not. But maybe back in the day, you were a wrestling fan. And this was one of the most shocking moments, not in wrestling, not in sports or sports entertainment, a cultural shift. The guy that we thought was eat your vitamins and say your prayers, he became a bad guy. Roll it, Phil. Right there. That was one of the most shocking moments in the history of American culture. This was bigger than Trump leaving the Democrat Party and becoming a Republican. This was bigger than Smirkanish leaving this seat and going to CNN. This was bigger than LeBron leaving his hometown Cavaliers for the Miami Heat. This was an epic cultural moment, Sean Farish. And little 12-year-old Nick Kayal was visibly upset that night. Everything I was told was a lie. That's how I became jaded. Yep.
That's it.
Aww.
You know, that's all it takes is one good heel turn, and
Yep.
it'll leave you jaded for life.
There you go.
You know, if you can't trust Hulk Hogan, who can you trust?
Damn right. All right.
Goodness gracious.
All right. I know you have your show coming up, so we'll let you go, brother. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
I'll see you tomorrow morning.
You got
Pokemon.
it. There he is.
All
Deep
right,
tease.
Pokemon. Gotta catch them all. I get along well with Pikachu. I get along well with Pikachu. I get along well with Charizard. I get along well with Mewtwo. And I get along well with Dragonite. That's a great, beautiful Pokemon. And Bulbasaur. We love Bulbasaur, the number one. So we'll see what happens tomorrow. You gotta catch them all. We start at 6 a.m.
Thank you, sir.
See ya.
There he is. All right. Phil with the music. Dawn with the big three. Stay there.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Attention all dog owners. If you have ever listened to the radio or TV for any length of time, you've probably heard of America's #1 dog supplement, Rough Greens. Greetings, naturopathy Dr. Dennis Black, Amazon best-selling author and founder of Rough Greens here. And if your dog suffers from bad breath, itchy skin, licking paws, joint pain, or low energy, the truth is their food is probably to blame. You see, all commercial dog food is dead food. That's why I created Rough Greens. One daily scoop gives your pup the live vitamins, omega oils, probiotics, and enzymes that will bring their food back to life. Don't believe me? Let your dog try it before you buy it. I'll send you a free Jumpstart trial bag, risk-free. You just cover the shipping. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Use discount code NEWS. Don't wait. Give your dog the gift of vibrant health. Order now. It'll be at your house in a few days. Go to roughgreens.com. That's RUFFgreens.com. Discount code NEWS for your free Jumpstart trial bag today. Rough Green. We make any dog food better.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It is 9:53, The Dawn Show, coming up top of the hour. Big three moments away. Scott Turner from the Trump administration, HUD Director, Housing Urban Development, coming up at 10:15. But before all of that, we wrap up a Wednesday edition of the program with the Box 4, the H share.
Well, 3, because Sean's gone.
Sean's gone. Box 3. I know nothing. My math is terrible. Math and grammar. 2 challenges for me. Let's find out what occurred today in music history.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 8th, we celebrate the birthday of Beck, who's now 56. Heavenly birthday shout to Andy Fletcher from Depeche Mode. Signature Wrapped Around Your Finger by The Police in 83. Born to Be Wild by Steppenwolf in 68. And Stop Dragging My Heart Around by Stevie Nicks and Tom Petty in 81. Album Could Redeem Our Souls by Judas Priest in 2014. Beauty and the Beat by the Go-Go's in 81. And Master of the Rings by Halloween in 94. Also in 2000, Creed was top of the singles chart. In 79, the B-52s made their UK live debut. In 78, Jerry Rafferty was top of the album chart. In 67, the Monkees began their tour with Jimi Hendrix's last 6 shows because Jimmy was booed. It didn't work out with the Monkey fans. And in 54, Dewey Phillips at WHBQ in Memphis became the first DJ to play an Elvis song. But lastly, if you want to see a great Ozzy tribute band, go see Pretend Ozzy's band, The Land of Oz, this Saturday at Brooklyn Bowl, Philly. 8share recommends it. For Kayal Company, I'm Bill Almquist.
And 8share recommends it, yes. And how about a police reference there?
Yep. Right
way back before stupid people tried to defund.
Correct.
The police.
That's correct.
Although the police maybe defunded themselves.
Well, that's true.
The music went bad and they were washed up. And now they're probably playing it like, I don't know, Ag Hall and Allen. But anywho, 9:55. Let's get to the news. Dawn Stensland's Big Three.
It's the Big Three with Dawn Stensland.
Sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. We have President Trump speaking out. We've been talking about this as major breaking news since 6 o'clock this morning. So earlier, we talked about his 4 a.m. news conference. However, within the past less than an hour, President Trump speaking out with Ruti as well as Zelensky, and the headlines, wow, they keep coming as President Trump speaking out, major breaking news from the historic NATO summit. The president saying that Iran's leaders have, quote, consistently misled him. He is not happy this morning with the regime. Oil prices spiking, stock markets sliding after President Trump says the Iran ceasefire, he declares it over. And we've been tracking those oil prices. So let's get to it in this truncated, quicker Big Three, because we do have a big interview coming up. Here's President Trump just this morning.
We attacked very powerfully last night the very dangerous people from Iran. They're sick. There's something wrong with them. We said, go and do your funeral stuff. And instead of that, they start shooting rockets at ships yesterday. And so we hit them very hard last night, very hard. I would say 20-1, 20 times tougher. And I told them every time you hit, we hit. And of course, they're dirty players, so they go after everyone, probably including me. I've been number one on their list for years. And they're a bunch of scum, you want to know the truth. They're scum. And so we don't like them. I don't like them. And they're evil people, and it's the denuclearization of Iran. And we're going to denuke it. We're not going to let them because they're crazy, and they can't have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, they're bad faith actors. You can't trust them as far as you can throw them. I don't disagree with that at all. Every time you think you get a deal or something accomplished with them, but by the time the White House puts out a statement, Iran's running the state-run TV saying, oh, that's not true. Screw this country.
When he referred to the funeral, he's referring to the fact, and the New York Times, in typical fashion, at Iran's funeral for Ayatollah Khomeini.
I know, like they're eulogizing Mother Teresa.
Exactly.
Oh, God.
So that was the funeral. Obviously, he's speaking of, but Nick, I don't think we'll be surprised if tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. we start at 6 a.m.
We could have totally different news. Yeah.
Yes. Right. We'll see.
Yep.
What we're talking about tomorrow morning
Absolutely.
at 6 a.m. Because you hear his tone, holding nothing back. This is rare. And so if President Trump has shown, let's say, a lot of holding back, patience, measured.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see that.
No. How much longer can you be patient before you realize you're being taken advantage of? He doesn't want to have that reputation of that he's being, toyed around with by a nation like Iran. Absolutely.
So you're not going to miss a thing. Dan Borowski, as we've been continuing on, breaking down all of these news conferences from NATO. And so we'll get to that as far as President Trump meeting with Zelensky, a lot of history being made here. And so we'll get to all of those highlights and the audio, etc. So you'll see that. You're not going to miss a thing. Number 2 in our big 3, an incredible story gone viral, 37-story Midtown Manhattan office tower, which, by the way, formerly the Pfizer headquarters, converted into luxury apartments, evacuated after bricks started falling into the streets. This is New York City, Midtown. Check this out. What you're seeing, this is inside the building after these beams buckled. Crews, as we're speaking, Nick Kayal, this is happening right now as they're trying to bolster this.
Right.
Thank God I don't see injuries. We don't see injuries being reported, but this could have been catastrophic.
Yeah.
So what happened was they did not shore up the job correctly. The beams started crumbling. The floor started
infrastructure collapse.
And we had to evacuate, and they might potentially evacuate the other side. So, just putting members in jeopardy and putting workers in jeopardy, you got to do the right job, and you got to do that every time. So.
Cliff, can you walk us through the project here for people at home not familiar with this building? What was going on?
This was a total renovation. So they came in, they gutted the building. I believe it was 20-something stories, and then they wanted to add another 16 to it. So you have to rebuild the foundation of it, and then go up from there. And they obviously did it incorrectly.
And you said that was the former Pfizer building?
Yes, sir.
Wow, we haven't seen a pharma collapse like that since 90% of Americans rejected the latest COVID variant shot. Jeez. Rough stretch for big pharma, huh?
Yeah. So in this one, they had the emergency crews working nearby. They are the crews this morning. They've been working very hard to shore this thing up. And we know that a nearby school, 400 children evacuated. Quite the emergency here. A lot of fear in New York City. Engineers using drones, developing a plan to shore up the structure. City officials speaking out, saying that this is, quote, dangerously unstable.
It's a very serious situation. The box beams, the steel beams, have started to bend and deflect from the weight. We evacuated the building and started evacuations of surrounding buildings, and the building has continued to move since we've been on the scene.
Wow.
We have a frozen zone and a collapse zone set up, and we are working with the buildings department and the building engineer to make sure that this is safe for our people and for all New Yorkers. We have specialized tools that we can watch the building from and see movement even in centimeters or fractions of an inch. And since we arrived on the scene and put that in place, we have seen continual movement. It does mean that it is not yet stable. It is still a very serious and dangerous situation.
Hopefully those first responders are okay. I'm having flashbacks to, and the reason I say this is because we're running the ad for it about the stories. Yes. Remember 9/11, first responders, collapsing infrastructure?
Yeah. I mean, absolutely, you're absolutely right on. And a lot of people, the video's going viral, people praying for the safety of these first responders and firefighters.
Mm-hmm.
That was FDNY Chief John Esposito, Chief Department Chief there, speaking out about it. But absolutely, and you saw Pix 11, that was their great coverage, a lot of good coverage here. And the issue of how does this happen in a city of New York, the allegation being made here that this was not built to code.
Wow. Okay.
So I'll just say this to you, and I don't usually go here, but remember when we had the Maryland story of the bridge struck, and you had gentlemen tragically killed, workers killed because that barge hit and hitting the major bridge there and knocking that down, and they still haven't rebuilt it in Maryland. And then we learned, Nick Kayal, that overnight, the overnight crew were gentlemen who actually were people here illegally.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I'm going to say this, that there's an allegation going on here. Who were the workers on this building?
Possibly shoddy work at the expense of saving a few bucks.
Yeah, and who were the people who were hired? And that's something that. So
you had to listen there.
I know you. If you heard, thank you, Dan Borowski. So there's some allegations going on here, and it goes to what JD Vance, Vice President Vance, has told us.
Mm-hmm.
Threats against United States citizens, legal citizens, and union workers. And we saw a piece of this, Nick, on display this week with PICO workers.
Yeah.
Saying, hey, we're properly trained. You want to make sure when it comes to your grid, the safety of bridges, buildings, or God forbid, the grid, you want people who are properly trained, and many of them are union workers.
Yes, they are. You're absolutely right. Stop trying to be a cheapskate and hire less talented people at a cheaper rate that are possibly illegal, and hire Americans that have been trained properly, that qualify as experts in their field to do the job.
Yeah.
And then you won't have liability stuff coming up later.
Agreed. Yes, sir. Speaking of American heroes, a Phoenix school resource officer, he's heroic. This is a great story. Thank you, Dan Borowski, for finding this, that we have a school resource officer renting out an entire movie theater for middle school kids who, maybe their folks can't afford movies that are very expensive.
Yeah.
And so this is Toy Story 5. Recently, we took my bonus daughter, I hate Saint Stacia, the grandkiddies. I'm a Mimi, And so Larry and I spent, hundreds of dollars to take our whole crew, our sons, and it cost us, I think, I forget the total bill, but it was like over $250.
Oh yeah, it's outrageous.
To take the whole clan.
Absolutely.
And you can't afford it.
Yeah, family of 4 is going to cost you $100,
right?
Minimum.
And so in this one, here's this report.
Some of them live in a different life than most of us would comprehend, and they just haven't seen a lot of good things with their own eyes.
Sean Reevey is the school resource officer at Greenway Middle School.
They're not little kids and they're not grown up. They think they are.
He knows these kids, he knows their neighborhood, and when funding for their end of summer field trip fell through, he knew exactly what he had to do.
I gave it to them so they could go. I rented out the entire theater.
All 144 seats at Harkins Scottsdale so that 7th and 8th graders could see Toy Story 5. For some of them, it's the first time they've ever been to a movie.
Their families work multiple jobs. A lot of our students are on free and reduced lunch, so they are given a breakfast and a lunch for free. So these opportunities are super important for us.
Greenway is a Title I school, meaning most families here are low income.
Yesterday in the cafeteria, when Mr. Alejo said some of you are going to have to spend your own money to buy snacks and such, I saw the looks on your faces and it made me sad. So we called the theater and I bought you guys all popcorn, snacks, and a drink.
Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you. You guys are awesome, okay?
Reevey spent 6 years as a child crimes detective working in, as he puts it, a pretty dark unit. It's what pushed him toward the light.
It dawned on me that little kids who were scared responded to superheroes. So I started a superhero-based foundation called Put on the Cape, a foundation for hope.
Now in its 12th year, the foundation funds child advocacy centers and teen youth programs.
Wow, that's awesome, especially considering a school resource officer is not necessarily a high-paying job. So for the fact that that guy was able to take the bill and handle that for all those kids, not some millionaire, that's really cool.
Yeah, it's charity. Put on the Cape. A good guy, Officer Sean Reevey, and you saw the teachers there being supportive too.
Yeah,
so
it's awesome.
Local, I think they're our heroes, really. So we wanted to end on a positive note, Nick.
Beautiful, love it.
And so we're gonna cut this off a little shorter because we do have the HUD SEC coming up. And then just a reminder, we will reveal, we have a lot of new information, exclusive information even from a local story about a very highly valuable Pokemon card. So we'll have it. I can't wait till 6 a.m. till we start tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
We'll have fun.
By the way, too, I'm sure you're going to ask, but since you have Scott on, you should get his take on the Biden influence about illegals leading to a 30% rise in homes.
Yeah.
We covered that in the big take a few days ago.
Yes.
I'm sure Scott will have a thought or three on that one.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
Yep.
And so he's making a tour and going to different states, coming to Pennsylvania, that sort of thing. So absolutely.
All right.
Nick Kayal.
Have a good one.
Thank you, sir.
See ya.
We are sponsored by Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Better banking starts with Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union, so you enjoy early pay, free fraud, and credit monitoring. Just take control of your finances. Smarter banking designed for real life. Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. Visit fmfcu.org/betterbanking. Membership eligibility does apply. Federally insured by NCUA. That's our big three, and that's our sponsor. Thank you, Franklin Mint Federal Credit Union. If you have a question, you want to just type it in the YouTube chat, or you can call in because we have to take, I believe, a quick break. But if you have a question for the HUD SEC, maybe about housing or what's going on, the latest policies, and you can let me know, let Dan know. But we have a special edition coming right up. Right here on the Dawn Show. Beautiful day weather-wise. We'll have the forecast, and we've got all of this amazing Trump. It's very rare to have all of this since 4 a.m. to through about 10 minutes ago. President Trump wrapping up the news conferences. So we got it all covered for you. Stay right there. We're going to be right back.
Time now for today's Spotlight on Money, sponsored by Audion Hearing.
Summer is here, and it's not too late to create a summer fun budget for the whole family.
Have a family